Allora, di bakuliso la kulile iso bu ba ishe bo be kwa kia ya ba ibia bu usi sa jeo ba kulile kulile na lu kia
Section 120, Section 120 of the Electoral Act, INEC requires an explanation from any of its officers where there are cases of late coming. It's not enough that in cases where you don't show up at all, INEC needs to publish the names of those officials who ought to be on those polling units that didn't show up, and the law, particularly in Section 120 subsection 2 and 3 require from these officials to give written explanations to INEC why they were not there. And for the ones that came late, they also they are required by law to give explanation. It doesn't end there. Whatever explanations they give, they will be further subjected to trial because they are truncating a very important process that holds the society together when they choose not to come. Let me tell you, there is a particular oath that officials who conduct our elections take, and that they are committed to it with all that they have. When they fail, it amounts to a very serious offense. And I think that 12 months imprisonment is even a light offense, or given an option of fine of mere 500,000 naira, it makes it light. And that's why these persons can choose to say they are not coming. In fact, anybody who knows that he cannot deliver on the responsibility of being an INEC staff or an INEC ad hoc staff should not take it.
the declaration and return where the commission determines that the said declaration and return was not made voluntarily or was made contrary to the provisions of the law, regulations, and guidelines, and the manual for election. Sir, please hearken to the cry and the voice of political parties, which I know and we trust you. Don't look at any pressure. We know you can handle this. After all, when forces were trying to remove you as INEC chairman, we stood by you. And we believe you can give the declaration and return where the commission determines that the said declaration and return was not made voluntarily or was made contrary to the provisions of the law, regulations, and guidelines, and the manual for election.
Mr. Chairman,
so please hearken to the cries and the voice of political parties, which I know and we trust you. Don't look at any pressure. We know you can handle this. After all, when forces were trying to remove you as INEC, we stood by you. And we believe you can give the declaration and return where the commission.
That they adjourn this session to maybe 24 hours to enable the state people, the state collection officers, to upload all their polling results so that we can proceed. Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Chairman. I still represent 8 people. Chinamalova is my name. It is surprising that political parties who are supposed to be fighting now are in unison.
Please, my brother Dino and everybody, Mecca, please, on behalf of the entire nation, we are please asking you please to calm down. Let us have this process, and then we, civil society, will back you and challenge whatever it is.
The first one, which was the starting point of all this lengthy conversation, is over the allegation of overvoting in the result presented yesterday from Ekiti State. What is overvoting? Where the total number of votes cast is higher than the number of accredited voters. Based on the original of the document signed by a party agent at the state level and the state
Civil society will back you and challenge whatever it is.
State. The first one, which was the total number of accredited voters is 315,058. That is what is on the authentic document. Any other figure that shows anything, the first column is total valid votes. And that is 308,171. Total rejected votes. 6,301. Total votes cast, valid or rejected, is 314,472, which is actually lower than 300 invalid, is 314,472. There is no overvoting. When you compare the total number of votes cast and the number of accredited voters, if there is anything, you may actually say that there was undervoting, not overvoting. So that is my response to the first issue raised. And I repeat myself once again for clarity. If there is any figure different from what I have presented and what came from the manual forms completed by the state collation officer for the presidential election from Ekiti State, please discountenance that figure. It did not emanate from the commission. I saw some postings on the social media to the effect that the Ekiti election result was published on the 20th of February, 5 days ahead of the election. And what is the evidence? They took the result presented yesterday and took the total number of registered voters for Ekiti State and concluded that the results were prepared several days before the election. All Nigerians will be a witness website. So if anybody is trying to be clever by half, by taking figures from somewhere and saying, oh, these results were published or released ahead of the election, that one can only pass for fake news. And I'm sure that we are responsible citizens not to fall for fake news. So my first response is that for the election results presented for ATT, there was no overvoting. Overvoting means the total number of votes cast is higher than the number of accredited voters. The number of accredited voters is in this particular case higher than the total number of votes cast. So that's my first response. Emanated from the process that transpired at the polling units. The polling units are the only places where citizens vote. Whatever you do thereafter is just collation of results. And we have provided the vote scored by each political party. However, if any political party believes that the figures they have from the hard copies of the results given by their polling agents at the level of collation, that the figures are inconsistent with what has been provided on the spreadsheet that we projected yesterday, I would like that political party to forward the information to the Commission so that we can speak on the basis of facts. I like the suggestion made that the Commission has power under the Electoral Act to review results, but that power is contingent upon one procedure. The process has to be concluded first. And I promise you, as soon as the process is concluded, we'll then do the review as provided by law. On this note, I beg you for us to proceed with the process. Thank you very much. Okay. Now that we have established calm, we can calmly proceed with the process and conclude in the best interest of our candidate election from Ogun State to similarly introduce himself and present the result from Ogun State, the resident electoral commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Olani Ijalai. I am the resident electoral commissioner, INEC in Ogun State.
Thank you very much, distinguished Chairman INEC. My name is Professor Kayode Adebowale, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, and I'm the State Collation Officer presidential election scope of the 25th of February 2023 in Ogun State. 2023 in Ogun State are as follows. Total number of registered voters. Total number of registered voters. 2,688,305. 2,688,305. Total number of accredited voters. 612,341. 612,341. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, Party A, 1153. AA, 331. 331. AAC, 10529. 10529. ADP, 1734. 1734.
We have complained about Kano, we have complained about Katsina, we have complained about Kaduna, we have complained about Jigawa. You have not done anything. Mr. Chairman, we are not going to take that. We have lost confidence in you because you are partial.
54 341 554. APGA 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 934 934. APM
We have complained about Kano, we have complained about Katsina, we have complained.
2 6 0 1 2. APP 3 2 6 3 3 7 4. LP 8 5 8 2 9. 8 5 8 2 9.
You are selected, Mr. Chairman.
NNPP 2200. 2200. NRM.
We have complained about Kano, we have complained about Bakut, we have complained about Kano, we have complained about Katsina, we have complained about Kaduna, we have complained about Bakut, we have complained about Kano, Bakut, we have complained about Kano, we We have complained about Katsina. We have complained about Kaduna. We have complained about Jigawa. You have not done anything. Mr. Chairman, we are not going to take that. We have lost confidence in you because you are partial. You are selective, Mr. Chairman. We don't believe in you anymore. We don't believe in you anymore. And we cannot go on the way you are going. You have compromised. You have compromised. You have compromised. And we are not going to take it from you, Mr. Chairman. We will not take it from you. Until something is done our letters, we will not continue with you. Until you do something to our protest the way you did to the APC, we will continue with you. That is our stand. We will not. Until you do something the way you did to APC, we will not continue with you. And don't come and take this mic from me. Don't do it. Look at it. Look at the pressure. Look at it. This is already printed. This is already printed. We cannot take it. You are tribalistic. You are tribalistic. You are selective. You are partial. You are partial. You are withdrawing. We will not take it from you. Until something is done, we will not allow you to continue with the process. We will not. We will not allow it. We will not allow it. We cannot allow it. Nigeria will not allow this thing. Nigeria will not allow this. Thank you. Every protest must be taken seriously. We will not allow it.
Total number of rejected votes. Total number.
We have complained about Kano. We have complained.
31324. 31324. Total vote cast. Total vote cast. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Prof. And scope for Ogun State.
There are some that voters refuse to use the BVAS. And also there are some that was disruption, which some probably some thugs came, but they did not cut.
Okay, please submit your result.
Thank you, sir.
very much. The original condition. Okay, Collation Secretariat, which state is next? Oyo, where is Ramon Tella, the Resident Electoral Commission? Oyo? Okay, now Oyo is there, and there is another state also in the holding area. So, are you ready, Oyo? Okay, please come forward along with the state collection officer. So Rex, please introduce yourself, and the scope should introduce himself and present the results for Oyo State.
My name is Dr. Tela Adinio Abdurrahman, Resident Electoral Commissioner, Oyo State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am Professor Olushola Babatunde Kehinde, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and the State Collation Officer for the presidential election in Oyo State. Thank you, sir. For the presidential election that held on the 25th of February 2023, we have the following as the results of the election. 1. The total number of registered voters in Oyo State. Total number of registered voters. 3276675. 3276675. Total number of accredited voters. 854 Party A. 39514. 39514. Party AA. 1124. 1124. Party AAC. AAC 1153. 1153. ADC 6080. ADC 6080. ADP 2298. 2298. APC 449884. 449884. Abga 1368 1368 APM 462 462 APP 1985 1985 BP 363 LP 99110 99110 PDP 182977 187 PRP 433 433 SDP 14517 14517 YPP 572 572 ZLP 2891 289 42471 42471 total votes cast 851956 851956. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Scope. Were there places where elections did not hold or cancelled?
Yes, sir. Elections were cancelled in 17 polling units in 14 registration areas.
Reason?
Overvoting, sir. And the total number of cancelled votes were 7363. 7363.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, suggestions? Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward to present your result.
Success after recorded 449,884 votes. Now, earlier we saw some party agents questioning the validity of the results being declared, especially when results from a large number of polling units were not uploaded to the IRF portal. The APC, however, disagreed, saying announcement of results should be done at the discretion of INEC, and those aggrieved should allow the process take its course, since they can always seek redress at the Election Tribunal. While responding to all concerns raised at the Collation Center, INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu dismissed allegations of overvoting in Ekiti State, and he also dismissed any other results circulating on social media that did not emanate from INEC, saying some mischievous people are trying to be clever by half.
My name is Ibrahim Abdullahi, the resident electoral commissioner, Yobe State.
My name is Professor Umaru A. Pate, the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University Kashere in Gombe State. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25 February 2023 in Yobe State. With me is Ibrahim Abdullahi, the resident electoral commissioner for Yobe State. The result for the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 in Yobe State are as follows. Total number of registered voters 146. Total number of accredited voters 398874. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties as follows. A party 312. A party 312. AA 915. AA 915. AAC 221. AAC 221. ADC 1034. ADC 1034. ADP 1295. ADP 1295. APC 1545. APC 15145 959. Am I correct? Okay. 51459. Abga 875. Abga 875. APM 472. APM 472. APP 256. APP
256. BP 149. BP 149. LP 2406. LP 2406. NNPP 18270. NNPP 18270. NRM 672. NRM 672. PDP 198567. PDP 198567. PRP 265. PRP 265. SDP 192. SDP 192. YPP 630. YPP 630. ZLP 407. ZLP 407. Total number of rejected votes 18934. 18934. Total votes cast 397331. Total votes cast 397331. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any polling units where elections were not held or cancelled?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. One in Fika. We had one of the polling booths with about 768 voters registered and total number of PVCs collected 768, but because of faulty BVA, they couldn't vote. Then we also had Yakusko with LG code 04, one polling.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, any observation? Okay, please step forward to submit your result.
But still live at the National Collation Center in Abuja, where we're getting more results from the Independent National Electoral Commission in Ogun State. The APC won with 341,554 votes. In Oyo State, the APC also recorded validity of the results being declared as especially when according to them, a large number of polling units did not upload their results to the IRF portal. The APC disagreed, saying that that announcement of results should be done at the discretion of INEC, and those aggrieved should allow the process take its course, since they can always seek redress at the election tribunal. So bringing your results from the 2023 presidential election, where we're live at the National Collation Center in Abuja, with 449,884 votes, while the PDP recorded 182,977 votes. We've also seen results from your State, where the PDP won the election in Yobe State with 198,567 votes, while the APC had 151,459 votes. We're expecting results from Gombe State very soon. Now, earlier we saw a little bit of drama with the PDP party agents walking out of the Collation Center in protest after questioning the validity of the results being declared, when according to them a large number of polling units did not upload their results to the IRF portal. Now, INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu dismissed allegations of overvoting in Ekiti State, and he also dismissed any other results circulating on social media that did not emanate from INEC, saying that some mischievous people are trying to be clever by half. The INEC chair also says he's confident that the results announced at the National Collation Center emanated from the polling units, even as he asked any political party with opposing figures to forward such to the Commission for review.
And you're still watching Newsday here on Arise News, and we were watching the live coverage of the National Collation Center in Abuja, and we will be bringing you updates as the day goes by. We do have information from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. They've been announcing results of the National Assembly election conducted on Saturday, along with the presidential polls. Results so far announced by INEC showed upsets in such states as Cross River, where Governor Ben Ali lost his bid to represent the Cross River North Senatorial District on the platform of the All Progressives Congress to the People's Democratic Party PDP candidate Jaribe Agom. Also, Enugu State Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of the PDP failed to win the contest for Enugu North Senatorial seat, which Labour Party's Oke Ezia won. Plateau State Governor Simon Lalong, who doubles as the Director General of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, well, he lost his bid to represent Plateau State South Senatorial District in the Senate to the PDP candidate Napoleon Bali. In Nasarawa State, APC National Chairman Adamu Abdullahi also failed to deliver his Nasarawa Senatorial District seat to the governing party. The candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Ahmed Wadada, won the senatorial seat in Nasarawa State. In addition, Benue State Governor Dr. Samuel Ortom emerged as one of the biggest losers of the election, as Titus Zam of the APC stopped his own ambition to represent Benue Northwest Senatorial District.
You're watching a special coverage of the 2023 general elections as we are collating the results. This is Nigeria Decides. We're going to quick break. We'll come back. Thank you for help. This is
Since 2016, Horizon Estates has delivered quality homes in Lekki Phase 1. We've built a reputation of creating a fine balance of affordability, prime locations, and world-class quality. Horizon Estates has delivered thousands of homes at pocket-friendly prices, and today an opportunity to own one has come knocking on your door in a balance across 24 months while you live in. To become a proud owner of a quality home in Lekki Phase 1, visit hzelekki.com.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023. A key highlight of what happened at the Collation Center in Abuja so far. PDP agents led by Senator Dino Melayu walked out in protest after questioning the validity of results being declared by INEC, especially when they say results from a large number of polling units were not uploaded to the IREF portal. Now we have an interview with Senator Dino Melayu. Take a listen.
By vehemently making a presentation that makes it look as if we are all here to rubber stamp the fraud that has been cooked between INEC and APC. We are saying that we are not here to rubber stamp the electoral fraud that have been prepared by INEC and APC. We are Nigerians and we all know that there is nowhere on the server that results have been uploaded. It's now saying we should wait for the process to be completed before he will review, knowing fully well that once a declaration is done, there can't be any review but courts. So we are completely dissociating ourselves, and that's why we stage a walkout. All the political parties here stage a walkout to express the unfortunate politicization and commercialization of our electoral process.
How many of the parties have taken a walkout?
We are about 9-10 of us here, understand? And we are saying that INEC is compromised, APC have influenced INEC, and we can see results are being changed. We have records of where elections did not take place and results have been prepared. We have records of where the beavers were not used and results have been pronounced. What is difficult in the INEC chairman showing the uploaded results so that we can compare and interrogate that made by the state returning officers, but they cannot upload results. They cannot show us uploaded results because they know that what they are going to upload will be at variance with what they are presenting to Nigerians. So the electoral process has been rigged. INEC have rigged the 2023 election, and we are completely dissociating ourselves from it, and we know what to do next. Let's listen to him. Let's listen to him. I know my name.
Drop your mic. Oh yeah, go ahead.
It is very, very unfortunate. My name is Honorable Umar Farouk Ibrahim, the National Secretary of the Labour Party and also the agent of the Presidential Collation Center for the Labour Party. We have air our observation to the national chairman of INEC. He has refused to listen to us. We made observation. He wants to us to receive and accept the doctored result that came from the collection center at various states. We do not agree with that, and we have empirical evidence that we have our agents have observed us and they have informed us reliably that the Vivas machine have not been used. Where they are used, they are being compromised. And the results of the Vivas machine have not been uploaded to INEC portal. And we have observed on Saturday, around the hour of 2 p.m., the INEC portal has gone down. The server has gone down. INEC have reportedly claimed, and they have also acknowledged and pleading with Nigerians that they are having a glitch in their server. And now that server will still monitor it. At that, the INEC chairman wants us to accept what they are presenting here, and so on. We do not accept. We are accusing INEC for not listening to the cry of millions of Nigerians that they have promised. The confidence is that all the Nigerians that have come to vote for their respective candidates, their beloved candidates, they have believed in what INEC has said. As it has been said, they are going to use Vivas, and we believe in Vivas, and the Vivas have not been used. It has been compromised.
So what if this outcome favors your party? How would you go from there?
It's not the issue of the issue is that has the system been consistent, reliable, and truthfully been used?
Excuse me, please. We all of us. Excuse me. Sorry, please. All of us that have staged a walkout. All the political parties that stage a walkout. Our resolution is that the entire process be cancelled. That is our demand. Our demand is that the system is compromised, INEC is compromised, so the entire process be stopped and cancelled.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Some strong accusations there. We are now going to be joined by Professor Abiodun Adeniyi, joining us from the Abuja studio to join in this conversation this afternoon. Thank you for joining us, Professor. What has been your greatest shock and also the fears with the current election and how it's going with the ongoing collation, and also your response to these heavy accusations? We saw the PDP stage a walkout led by Dino Melaye, and they're also saying that they're calling for a full cancellation despite what the outcome might be. What is your thoughts on this, and how do you see them rectifying this going forward?
Well, thank you very much for bringing me on. What we are witnessing now is not really surprising. First, it is not untypical of the Nigerian electoral process for us to have contestations like this. They can be very trenchant, very vociferous, given the fact that we're still evolving, as a nation in terms of imbibing ideal democratic culture. That is one, and this is without prejudice to the points every section is making. And second, of course, we saw, we were able to anticipate very clearly that the election was going to be keenly contested, with the nature of the campaigns and, of course, with the nature of the aspirants themselves. There were people with almost equal or near equal pedigrees, people who went around crisscrossing the nation, and of course representing, some regions, so to say, even though they had networks, across the country, the network that crisscrossed sections of the country. So the predictions were right that there's going to be a close election. So if the election was going to be close, it's not going to be surprising if we are having this kind of tension, this kind of stemming hits in the polity. But the gratifying thing is that we'll have a process, a democratic process, and a democratic process is always very rich in the sense of asking that, the action and what will follow has to be processual. Protestations are naturally processual. There are legitimate ways in which concerns can be raised. It doesn't matter how deeply pained some aspirants might be or some of their supporters might be. They are laid down regulations. Sometimes you might find it frustrating. You might find it too painstaking and too irritating. But the legal process is just a natural resort in the interest of peace and tranquility. The points they raised, like I said, may be valid in circumstances, especially with respect to the introduction of technology represented in the use of beavers and the fact that INEC server was going to welcome the result in the first instance. But we have had the inability of INEC to upload the results, as in real time, as they were being counted and collated and announced, being uploaded into the server. This didn't happen on account of INEC failure. So first, an attempt to inject technology into the process to make it a little more, to make it freer, and much more transparent and credible, has been let down by unfortunate glitches identified by INEC hierarchy yesterday. That's unfortunate, but it seems that it's something that we'll have to really find a way around now, But how do we find a way around it? What are the options left, for aspirants or for their supporters for the agents who are rightly complaining? The option left is just to tell the legitimate process. We cannot resort to anarchy. We cannot resort to violence. We just have to respect the process. And the process in this circumstance is, of course, resorting to the courts, which of course, has been a practice that we've embraced in the past. Sometimes we have also been critical of it because we would rather want a situation where we hold election and we have contestants or we have losers, supposedly congratulating the winner, and we have winners also being magnanimous in victory. We would have wanted this kind of situation to arise instead of a resort to court. But in the circumstance where people are complaining legitimately, they do not have any option other than seeking legal redress. Violence, resort to separate help is definitely not the option. The option is to respect the laws of the land and be concerned about, ideal, legitimate processes. We have had challenges, and it's been identified by local and international observers, by the media. It's just one, even ordinary voters have identified these challenges, but there are also strengths. There are also good sides of the election. What do we do at this stage? Do we throw the baby out with the bathwater, considering how costly this kind of election can be in a huge nation like us, in a nation where economy is not strong enough, where resources are limited, and where about 300 billion was carved out to execute this election? Are we just going to throw everything out of the way because of one limitation? That's going to be a difficult option to take. Painful as it is, despite the imperfections, yes, they were identified, but we just have to find a way out of it. Very painful, no doubt, but of course the costs are also an agency. There are also institutions that can be trusted, institutions that can be relied upon, for the adjudication of misgivings that parties may have identified in the course of this election, as the case could be.
Yeah. All right, Professor Adeni, prior to the elections, this was called the mother of all elections. The Electoral Act 2022, the BVAS was meant to be the game changer. This is what was sold to the public. To have all this turn on its head, do you blame those political parties who were hoping, and also the electorate who were hoping to see electronic transmission of results? Because it was said that regardless of network failure, provided the BVAS machine, provided some of these results have been uploaded, as soon as there is network, it will go straight to the server. But right now, INEC seem to have jettisoned all that, and they're doing collations manually. How do you reconcile these two together?
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation, really, and I agree with you absolutely. Very difficult to reconcile, very unfortunate, painful, especially in a situation where we imagine that we're advancing in the development of our democracy, in the strengthening of our electoral mechanism, which is an important function, an important element in the determination of how credible a democracy can be. I remember also that we're still not where we ought to be in the measurement of democracy, even in Africa. I see arguments around our position. We still have 5 other countries in Africa that are still far ahead of us. Kenya, Senegal, Mauritius, South Africa, and maybe one other country are still ahead of us. So we're still trying, and considering that we are the largest country in Africa, the continental African citizens are looking up to us in a way, to raise, to up our ante in the organization of a credible election. And that's why we've been concerned about injecting technology. And of course, we have been celebratory in the past about how technology has enhanced the credibility of our election with respect to off-season elections, the ones we heard in Edo, in Ondo, in Osun. We've been celebratory, really. And there was no reason why we could expect that when it comes to the election, the general election happening in planetary Nigeria, not.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you because the conversation is getting really interesting, but we have to go back to the National Collation Center in Abuja, where we are expecting more results to be declared from INEC.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. These are the results of the collation we did in Enugu State. The number of registered voters, 2,112,793. 2112793. Number of accredited voters 482990. 482990. Votes received by political parties. A 165. 165. AA 77. 77. AAC 128. 128. ADC 282. 282. ADP 200. 200. ABC 48. APN 351. 351. APP 209. 209. BP 504. 504. LP 428 640. 428 640. NNPP 1808. 1808. NRM 414. 414. BDP 15749. 15749. BRP 103. YBP 290. 290. ZLB 1089. 424. Rejected votes 12467. 12467. Total votes cast 468 891. 468 891. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any places where elections did not hold, or cancellations?
Yes, Chairman, we had overvoting and disruption in Aniri, Uduma 2, and Ezago. We also had disruption in Imbo in Ogu. Three areas. Yes, compile them.
Okay, any comments, any observation on the Abia result? Sorry, Enugu result. Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward to present your result.
More results have been declared at the National Collation Center in Abuja. In southeast Nigeria, Enugu State precisely, Labour Party recorded a landslide win with 428,640 votes, while the PDP came a very distant second with 15,749 votes. Earlier, we brought you results from Ogun State, where the APC won the election with 341,554 votes, and they also won in Oyo State, with the APC recording an overwhelming success of 449,884 votes. We have also gotten results from Yobe State, where the PDP recorded huge success after getting 198,567 votes, while the APC came second with 151,459. And of course, we've told you Professor Abiodun Adeniyi is still with us. He's joining us from the Abuja studios. Professor Adeniyi, thank you so much for staying with us. Now, we've been talking about the drama that played out at the National Collation Center with party agents questioning the validity of the results. But one interesting thing is that so far the APC has been acting as the voice of reason. Concerning the results of the election in Lagos State, Bola Tinubu called for calm, saying that as a Democrat, he's bound to accept the outcome of the just concluded election. So I'd like to know your thoughts on this, Professor. Is this a Goodluck Jonathan legacy at work? Is it the peace accord at work? Or is it that democracy is actually growing and becoming further entrenched in Nigeria? Or is this a form of political manipulation? What do you make of this statement from the APC concerning the outcome of the election in Lagos State?
Well, I think it's one of many things. You know, election is supposed to
spring some surprises. Sometimes, if there are no surprises, then of course you can question the character of the whole election process. It's supposed to be a contest, and in contest, of course, you expect that some shocks will rear its head, and that's what we're seeing, particularly in the case of Lagos. And I'm not also surprised that he came out, directly or indirectly, to say, to call for calm. It's probably the right thing to do, because if he's losing one, there are pointers, reasonable pointers that is costing him to victory at the center, going by the results that we have so far had. So it's just a kind of minus and plus here. If I'm not going to get these, I'm probably going to get the other. And of course, even in the loss in Lagos, there might be argument around the fact that the gap is not much. And of course, I can find consolation in other places. So many things might be working in the minds of these leaders. And if you look at it overall, every contestant has suffered one bruise or the other, whether APC, PDP, or LP. They have all suffered their own individual disappointment. That tells us that takes us back to what I said earlier, and something that we actually anticipated earlier on, that it was going to be a keenly contested election. And when the results start coming out, there will be so much anxiety, and until the final result is declared formally, we may not really be able to say who is going to win. Remember, there are conditionalities. You have to have 25%. You actually say you have actually won, but it also can also be gratifying when you are looking good. With the figures, so far. So far read out, as the case could be. And of course, we're also seeing what is happening at the National Collation Center, with some agents, exercising their legitimate right to complain, and even exercising the freedom to stage a walkout. This is not also unexpected, even though we will have ordinarily wanted a situation where the result would be acceptable to all. It's a difficult thing, a difficult time for them. Losing an election can be very painful. Ordinarily in life, nobody wants to lose anything, but it's a fact of life that we cannot all be winners. There will always be winners and losers. And what matters is how we manage the circumstance that we find ourselves. How are these agents, these politicians, going to manage this one? How is it going to be different from the previous one? And that's what we're talking about, growing our democratic culture. Growing it is not just about longevity that we have been 23 or 24 years of broken democracy. But the character also has to be implicated in our bid to grow it. And what is this character? To be magnanimous in victory and to be gallant in defeat. Are we there yet? I'm not sure. And remember what I said earlier, that it's fine, that we're having complaints, we're having protestations, but protestations is processual in the cancellation of the result. It looks at all request, but of course the courts are there, for them to resort to, and I see them exploring that option. But for now, ordinarily as observers, we just be wondering, at the cost of cancellation. Considering the sympathy we naturally should have for our nation, with limited resources, and considering the humongous amount, in terms not just the cost, but the logistics, the movement of men and materials involved in conducting an election in a huge nation like ours. And what about the psychological drain it often constitutes on the citizens in terms of distraction, in terms of distraction in all sectors of the economy. Universities are presently shut down now. Students are losing lectures and lessons and knowledge, and of course the economy is also suffering because so many things are waiting for the peaceful conduct of the elections before they take off. All these things will have to come into consideration. But massively, we cannot downplay the place of process, which happens in stages. And I see them exploring it, and we will not be blaming them if they decide to go to court. The courts are there, that's why they are there. There's another institution that has to be strengthened as well. Overall, we're just concerned about strengthening the institutions. And of course, the failure of our institutions, or the weakness of our institutions, is actually what is has partly led to the inadequacy of INEC, to come out with an election that will say is speak and span, maybe some lethargy somewhere, maybe some inefficiency, the absence of productivity and effectivity in some places is probably what has led to the malfunctioning of the beavers after over 4 years of preparation, after all the appropriation, and after all the pronouncements, from the INEC High Command that they are ready for the election. And we are seeing this happening. But I've had international observers, making important, instructive submission this afternoon that election is a journey. It's not necessarily a destination, and that democracy is a journey, not necessarily a destination. We're probably headed somewhere. We're unfortunately not there yet, but all we have to do in this circumstance is to renew our hope, invest our hope that at some point we will get it. And of course, there shouldn't be any bringing out of swords in the circumstance, since there are options for us to explore. And as long as those options are legitimate, they are in the books. It's just there for us to take those opportunities and follow them as the case could be.
Well said, Professor Adini. Speaking of sportsmanlike conduct and in this practice of this democracy that is very young for us, and allowing things to run their course, it seems like, especially from this walkout, there's already quite palpable tension. And I'm going to speak to that sportsmanlike conduct. And also, I think it was J.K. Pele who was telling everyone to be magnanimous, as you said, and be peaceful in the way that they carry out the next few days. But I mean, as human beings, with the kind of stress that Nigerians have been under, even before the election started, let's even take it to the petrol scarcity and the naira scarcity. Everyone's been hawked under the collar for weeks now. And it seems that the electoral board is asking for levels of patience that, if you look at if you want to look at it from afar, it could be seen as asking for a little bit much, given the situation in the country. Do you think that these are this is a thought that's behind in the minds of those that are sitting at the collation tables? I know they look really tired and frustrated themselves, but is this in the back of their minds that they need to hurry this up or try and speed up the process as much as possible before the country starts to get antsy and starts to display this unsportsmanlike conduct, especially if they're getting amped and pumped up by other parties who seem to be very strong in the grievances they have? I mean, calling for the cancellations of an entire elections that cost over 400 million naira is quite severe.
Yeah, I think your observations are in order, but first, sometimes in the course of nation building, individuals, citizens, and of course state actors, leaders are sometimes required to make sacrifices. Those sacrifices may actually be very, very painful, some of them very irritating. But what do you do? You just see that you do not have any option at some point other than to make that sacrifice. And if it is one of you, I want to stretch you, but don't stretch me. So these things can actually be relative. In this circumstance, we need our leaders from different regards to ready and maybe talk to their supporters, to privilege peace.
Would like to just hold on to that thought. We'll get back to you. Let's get to hear from Aki Oshichukwu talking about the DG of the Presidential Campaign Council of the Labour Party. Here's a
democratic transfer of power. The President, Muhammadu Buhari, pledged to Nigerians free and fair elections. the passage of the new Electoral Act and indeed has repeated this promise multiple times. The INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, also came before Nigerians and the global community to promise free and fair elections and severally reiterated its readiness to conduct the elections. What has become glaring is that none of these promises have been kept. All the promises made about deploying a fail-safe system anchored on the BVAS technology were broken. The internet and social media is awash with videos and photographic evidences of the pervasive violence and attacks that were visited on Nigerians, with some attacks still going on across the country as we speak. The evidence of collusion between INEC and the security forces to subvert the will of the people are too numerous to be detailed here. The INEC guidelines on the conduct of the elections were extensively breached, and INEC has evidently been very reluctant to make the necessary adjustments to remedy the situation. Contrary to the publicly advertised guidelines on the conduct of the elections, we are convinced that the processes leading to the results have been severely compromised. Consequently, we regret to state that we've lost confidence in the results being collated and being announced. Nigerians have inundated us with calls and protests over INEC's non-compliance with provisions of the electoral guidelines and the obvious manipulations of the election results. We hereby call on INEC to suspend further announcement of the results and follow its own guidelines or completely cancel the entire election and make plans for another election with strict compliance with the stipulated laws and guidelines. We ask that the international community to walk their talk in Nigeria and cease to conduct the multiple evils being perpetrated in our country by the rulers of Nigeria. There cannot be one standard for Nigeria and another for the rest of the world. Indeed, we recall a comparable period in 2015 when the Secretary of State, American Secretary of State, Mr. John Kerry, at precisely a time like this, was breathing down on the neck of the electoral agency and the then president to do the right thing in our dear country. We urge that Nigerians remain peaceful and law-abiding, whilst assured that we are doing everything within the law to protect your sacred mandate. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Very much. You can just come close and ask your question. All right. The DG of the Presidential Campaign Council of the Labour Party, Akin Oshutokun, speaking in an address to the press, and their dissatisfaction with the collation of results happening in Abuja. He said they had lost confidence in the process, and he has called on INEC to seize the process.
Well, of course, Professor Abiodun Adenili is still with us. He joins us from our Abuja studio. Professor, thank you so much for staying with us. We are hearing really weighty accusations. First of all, it was Dino Melaye, now it's Akin Oshutokun of the Labour Party. He says President Buhari and INEC, they've failed in their promise to provide free and fair election. He talked about some criminal
pain and regret, that we are back to this point where we thought we have left about 10 years ago, that after so many years of learning, of falling and rising, falling and standing up, we are still struggling to deliver a credible, free, fair election that will be largely satisfactory to a range of participants. Now we're having two major political parties kicking in at the election, saying that it is discreditable, very unfortunate. And of course, I like the last sentence, the last paragraph that he read out, that Nigerians should remain peaceful, supporters should remain calm, they will seek legitimate means, to seek redress. That's the route to go, and I expect, the legislature and of course and the judiciary, in an ideal democracy, we'll have that in place as well. And we'll have an executive arm now, carrying out an exercise through the instrumentality of INEC, and there are questions to be asked. The option for us now, for those those protesting, is to resort to the judiciary. And I'm sure the judiciary, they are not also from the sky, they are right within us, and they are watching and probably waiting until the aggrieved parties come to them.
Well,
so having
Professor
said that
Adini,
again is for us also to,
Professor Adini, I know it's been a lot of stop and go this entire interview, but we're always glad to have you on the show and to comment on these very important issues. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. In some more news, the Independent National Electoral Commission has been announcing the results of the National Assembly elections conducted on Saturday, along with the presidential poll. Results so far, announced by INEC, showed upsets in such states as Cross River, where Governor Ben Ayade lost his bid to represent the Cross River North Senatorial District on the platform of the All Progressives Congress. He lost to the People's Democratic Party candidate, Jaribe Agom. Also in Enugu State, Governor Ifeanyi of the PDP, he failed to win the contest for Enugu North senatorial seat, in which the Labour Party's OK Ezia won. In Plateau State, Governor Simon Lalong, who doubles as the Director General of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, lost his bid to represent Plateau South Senatorial District in the Senate. The candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Ahmed Wadada, won the senatorial seat in Nasarawa State. In addition, Benue State Governor Dr. Samuel Hortom emerged one of the biggest losers of the election as Titus Zam of APC stopped his ambition to represent Benue Northwest Senatorial District.
Yes, so what's your name?
You know, I represent YPP, Young Progressive Party. We've also seen the news, and we wish to inform you that we are not part of that. We're here for the collation.
My name is Zephaniah Gisalo. I'm a member of NRL. Agent, we are not part of that. We are settled with them. Thank you. We are not part of the workout. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ina Okopiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remain Barrister Chief Kenneth Udeze. In law, with the Red Chief Salopito. The first team life and direct.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I am Air Vice Marshal Ibrahim Maru, representing the Nigeria People's Party, New Nigeria People's Party. We are not part of that workout. Thank you very much. We are still here with you.
Good evening, sir. My name is Mohammed Kabir Umar. I'm here representing Boot Party. We are here at the not work out, sir.
Well, for us in the All Progressive Congress, we have confidence in the process, and we're here with you to see it through. We are not part of any boycott, walkout, or revolt as some have done. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Mohammed Idris Isa, NRM Collation Agent. We are here with you. We are confident in the process. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. And we are not working out. We are after one Nigeria and believe our coming together here to support Nigeria, that is what we stand for. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my name is Benimbe James, National Secretary, Action Alliance. We are with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Lagos is ready. May I invite the resident electoral commissioner Lagos to introduce himself, and for the collation officer for Lagos to introduce herself and present the result. Rec Lagos.
Thank you, sir. My name is Olusegun Agbaje, Resident Electoral Commissioner, Lagos State.
Thank you. My name is Professor Adenike Oladije, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Accra. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25th February 2023 in Lagos State. And with me is Mr. Olusegun Agbaje, Electoral Commissioner for Lagos State. The result for the presidential election held on the 25th February 2023 in Lagos State are as follows. Number of accredited voters, 134,7152. 134,7152. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidates of each of the political parties are as follows. A. 3069. 3069. AA. 498. 498. AAC. 1597. 1597. ADC. 5789. 5789. ADP. 2439. 2439. APC. 572606. 572606. APGA. 2316. 2316. APM. 709. 709. APP. 371. 371. BP. 1837. 1837. LP. 582454. 582454. NNPP. 8442. 8442. NRM. 609. 609. PDP. 75750. 75750. PRP. 1120. 1120. SDP. 772. 772. YPP. Total valid votes 1271451. 1271451. Rejected votes 64278. 64278. Total votes cast 1335729. 1335729.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Any cancellations?
Yes.
Places where elections were not held, reasons?
Yes, there were cancellations. There were 3 local government areas affected by overvoting, 3 registration areas, and 9 polling units. The total number of registered voters in these areas is 5584. 5584.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, party leaders? Any observations, any comments for the scope? Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. Please step forward to present your result. Is Gombe ready? Okay. So Gombe will be next.
Now we told you that in Enugu State, the Labour Party recorded a landslide win with 428,640 votes. While in Enugu State, the APC won. In Oyo State, the APC also recorded overwhelming success. While in Yobe State, Northern Nigeria, the PDP recorded victory after garnering 198,567 votes. And this is where we'll be dropping the curtain on this segment of the Arise continuous coverage of the 2023 presidential and national Assembly elections. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, the coverage continues. I'm Temitope Fagbemi.
And I'm Akerediola. Thank you for staying with us.
And I'm Hawa Mukan. Thank you, of course, for staying with us, and goodbye.
The presidential election of 25th February 2023 in Gombe State, held on 25th February 2023 in Gombe State as follows. Party A scored 284.
The party, total number of registered voters, total number of accredited voters, and then we go to votes scored by parties.
Okay, sir. The total number of registered voters, 157,5794. 157,5794. The total number of accredited voters, 542,997. 542,997. Now the votes received by political parties. Party A 284. 284. Party AA 296. 296. Party AAC 158. 158. Party ADC 1446. 1446. Party ADP 765. 765. Party APC 14697. 14697. Party APGA 558. 558. Party APM 348. 348. Party APP 208. 208. Party BP 210. 210. Party LP 26160. 26160. Party NNPP 10520. 10520. Party NRM 1061. 1061. Party PDP 319123. 319123. Party PRP 384. 384. Party SDP 137. 137. Party YPP 439. 439. Party ZLP 969. 969. Next one. Total number of valid votes 510043. 510043. Total number of rejected votes 23735. 23735. Total votes cast 533778. 533778. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Places where elections were not held or cancelled?
Yes, sir. the total number of cancelled votes, 9640.
Okay, reasons for the cancellation. Number of registered voters in those areas.
Number of registered voters 16162.
Any record of PVCs collected?
Yes, sir. The total number of PVCs collected, 9640. Reasons, you asked for reasons?
Yes.
Reasons for cancellation, overvoting, disruption, and refusal to use beavers. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments on the report? Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward to present your result.
Well, welcome to our continuing coverage. This is a program coming to you from Arise News in Nigeria's capital, Abuja, as we bring you special cross-country coverage of Nigeria's 2023
and party representatives will help us shine light of the day on the issues surrounding what is becoming yet another controversial Nigerian general election.
Let's take you straight away back to that live that you're watching on your screens, the National Collation Center here in Abuja. Let's listen in.
Okay, thank you very much. We're expecting a few more states, but they are not so close by like the last two. So I suggest that we take a break and reconvene at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Thank you very much.
rallying protocols and now calls for the entire ballot to be cancelled. It was supposed to be a moment of transcendence for the conduct of elections in this country, but instead, according to local and international observers, that moment has been mixed, characterized in some areas by propriety, shattered in others by irregularities, including violence, snatching of ballot boxes, over and under voting, allegations of fraud and public mistrust around the results from some polling units not being uploaded immediately after voting and transmitted to INEC's central server as required by law. And at least one observer team emphasized the need for electoral reform.
Polling staff, security personnel, and other essential workers deployed on election day were unable to vote and were therefore disenfranchised from the process. And on the role of polling staff and the polling procedures, polling staff conducted their duties transparently, although in some cases there were inconsistencies in applying procedures. At some polling units, voters were encouraged to check their names on the voters register before they could join the queue to avoid being turned away from being at the wrong polling unit. And this was commendable. On the matter of the use of technology, while the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, functions satisfactorily in most polling units, our observers reported that the BVAS was faster on facial recognition than on detecting fingerprints of the voters during the accreditation process. The requirement first to try fingerprint recognition slowed down the process, as did issues of connectivity and training. There was general trust by officials, agents, and voters in the integrity of the BVAS.
We have noted that there have been abuses of incumbency, where those who wish to organise rallies where governors are not of the same party, that they have been hindered in some way. We have seen instances in which there have been intimidation, and therefore we took note of these issues, and these fall well short of international standards that Nigeria has set for itself. And we would encourage these cases to be prosecuted, because impunity it discourages people from taking part, and this is not up to the standards of inclusivity that we want to see in these elections. Well, there was two peace accords, in fact, and as you rightly note, there was a peace accord last week, and the sentiments of that peace accord are something that we would fully echo in the European Union, and we want to see political participants making very clear statements and not tolerating the type of intimidation that was going on in certain places. And our observations were that there was intimidation going on and that it was intended to suppress voter turnout, and that's a very serious issue, and it falls well short of the standards that Nigeria sets itself. But there should be very clear pathways to prosecution for those who carried this out. There should be very clear provisions within the Electoral Act about electoral offences and intimidation of this sort. So we would take note of that, and we will be part of the final report and conclusions and recommendations that we'll make at the end of this process in a few months' time.
Well, the vote was also to some extent undermined by the limitations of INEC's organizational capabilities. What should have been INEC's moment of triumph and the production of its best work so far has become, as some say it, an abuse of the electoral process, and it's left many Nigerians dazed and disappointed. But there were heated exchanges today at the National Collation Center here in Abuja between party representatives and the chairman of the Electoral Commission, INEC, Mahmoud Yakubu, with the parties demanding greater transparency in the announcement of the results.
Please repeat what you said on the basis of the provision of the law.
Well, I just want to quickly react to the presentation by the chairman on we are in this country, and the INEC made a press
statement when uploads were not done. You even said there was no hacking of your server and all that. And everyone sitting there is either a Christian or a Muslim. And you know there was problem with uploading your results. Till this minute I'm speaking, many results have not been uploaded on your server. So you cannot be using justification that if votes took place at the polling unit when INEC failed in uploading results from polling units. If you have uploaded those results immediately after vote was casted in each polling unit, we will have access to them and I will not be asking questions here. But as I speak to you, those results were not uploaded for hours. Yesterday, I complained to you, the chairman. I complained to 2 other commissioners, and in my presence, they called the rep in Imo, where even the director of ICT was saying they should use offline to upload. So if results not be challenged, that the process is over. The process is not over because it is faulty. Results were not uploaded, and if those results were not uploaded, we are definitely going to contest the authenticity of whatever presentation is being made here. And finally, sir, I want to challenge any returning officer from any state coming here, because there's penalty for you if you lie or if you lie. Tell us before you start your presentation that what you are presenting before cameras, that what you are presenting is what you have put on your website. Please say that and see if you have given information you go to jail.
I am one of the Nigerians that have absolute confidence in this electoral process. Mr. Chairman, when there were efforts to undermine the authority of INEC, we stood firmly that INEC must be truly independent. Mr. Chairman, we're talking about the transparency of this process, and we're talking about confidence in the process. I had cause, sir, to engage you yesterday. I had cause to speak to your national commissioners yesterday. I have got to speak to them this morning about collation and abuse of the electoral process. Mr. Chairman, as we speak, in a number of states, efforts are still ongoing to undermine that process. Results, Mr. Chairman,
I wish you can just confine yourself to what has been presented.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr.
If we are talking about what is not before us, this discussion will be an ending. And we're not here for an ending discussion.
Sir, the point
for collation of results.
Mr. Chairman, please, sir. The point I'm making, sir, is that it is clear that there were problems with uploading the results, which is fundamental to where we are. And we are saying it is important that we know that Nigerians are aware that electors know that the votes they've cast were properly uploaded and it reflects the wishes of the people from polling units. Mr. Chairman, fundamentally, that collation officers and return officers were forced by people who think they're more powerful to return results. And Mr. Chairman, it is important that that is addressed.
Speaker of the Federal Republic, please speak to what you can present evidence for, not to stand at the National Collation to be making insinuations. Please, please resume your seat. Emeka Ihede, please.
I'll take my seat, Chairman.
Please.
But the point has been made. Thank you, Mr.
Please resume your seat.
There's some pretty feisty scenes there. I mean, quite extraordinary, isn't it?
Very extraordinary.
I mean,
Unexpected, Charles.
Absolutely, absolutely. But it really is interesting how this has evolved. But let's turn to Arise Politics editor Sumner Sambo, who is at the National Collation Center. He's been there from yesterday all through today. He's got his head around what's been going on. A busy day today, Sumner, at that National Coalition Centre. Summarise for us the results we've had so far and some of the drama that we've seen.
All right, thank you so much, Charles. And this one, well, we thank our viewers for staying with us all through as we try to bring these details. to our viewers step by step. Well, let me start with the latest information that the National Collation Center has adjourned till 8 p.m. when we hope to have more results coming in from states across the nation. Not quite long ago, we had the last one, which was from Gombe State, and prior to that, we had that from Lagos State. And then, of course, we have other states earlier today, like Kwara, Osun, Ondo State, Ogun State, Oyo State, Yobe State, Enugu State. And then, of course, with this now, we've had about 10 states. One yesterday, that was Ekiti yesterday, which has been very controversial, and then, of course, 9 that we've had today. So what's left right now, it's 27, that is 26 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Now, back to what happened earlier on. We had this drama where the national party agent of the main opposition People's Democratic Party, Senator Dino Melaye, staged a walkout with some parties, political parties, saying that they are not happy about the process that has happened. And of course, one other leading party that walked out with the PDP is the agent of the Labour Party, who all said that they were unhappy with the way the results were being presented. What Senator Dino Melaye had asked is that whatever was being announced here should also be placed on the board, and then the collation officer should also attest to whether the information that they are reading to the public here at the National Collation Center has been posted on the website of INEC, the result viewing portal of INEC, which is called IREV. And of course, the INEC National Chairman told him that whatever has been happening here is one that has been assented to by the agents of all political parties, right from the state collation offices. And as such, yes, in as much as he has an observation to make within that perspective, nonetheless, he should allow the entire process to go through, that INEC has the power to review some of these results, but it is only after the entire collation at the National Collation Center here has been done, that's when INEC at the national level can intervene. But for now, the result announcement has to go on. And then, of course, when we came back from that break after the walkout by these two and other political parties, we were greeted by an amusing situation where some of the political parties came back and said, look, they are not part of that walkout, starting from the SDP to the Action Alliance, to the NRM, down to the Boot Party, including APC itself, and some other parties. I mean, some of their party agents, including some of the national chairmen that were present here, said they are not in consonance with what the PDP and the Labour Party and others have done. And so, as it stands right now, we've seen like about 2 to 3 results being released without the Labour Party agents and that of the PDP agents and some other parties being present. So that's where we are at the moment. A very important period in the life of our nation, even as we await more results from other states of the Federation.
Important and very controversial, you may say, but may I ask you something? To your mind, has INEC, through the returning officer, who is the INEC chairman, provided enough clarification as to why the results are not being uploaded transparently?
Well, if we are to believe what the electoral authorities said, they actually said that they had some delays and challenges with the portal, but since the elections got concluded on Saturday night, they've been expanding on it, and we've seen results results being posted. But a lot of anxious Nigerians have been raising the observation, including some party agents, apart from that of the PDP and Labour Party, who have stated clearly and quoted the Electoral Act by saying that even INEC's guidelines for the conduct of the election by its electoral officers actually state that once the results are released, they are supposed to be uploaded swiftly. But of course, when there's a technological glitch, what do you do? Because from some of the officials we've had here, they said that the demand for the viewing of the results actually were much more than the portal could accommodate, despite the fact that they had expanded the bandwidth and all of that. And so the surge into the portal actually created a scenario, but that they quickly handled it. And of course, that we could see that towards the end of Saturday, some results were uploaded. As of Sunday morning, results were uploaded, but the political parties are saying that, look, enough results ought to have been uploaded as at yesterday, or maybe the process could have been concluded, so that Nigerians can actually see if what is being posted there actually tallies with what's being presented here. And so some of the party agents said that it's becoming difficult for them to be able to, like one of them has said, correlate what is going on with what was posted on the INEC website. So a lot of Nigerians will continue to await the decision of the electoral body on when exactly it hopes to have all results posted on the IRF portal, so that they will be able to, do the best that they can. But INEC national chairman has called for caution. Some of the other political parties too have called their other political parties, urging them not to terminate the process. And of course, we also have some members of the civil society saying that, look, this nation is greater than politicians and the political parties. They should allow the process to come to a fruitful end before they can now use the legal means of resolving some of these disputes, either going through court or other processes.
And Sumner, as you continue to try to explain those areas of jeopardy, if you like, for INEC, because, I mean, as you said, quite a few of the parties appear to be rejecting the process of releasing these results and are taking a hard line on it, led by, as we said, the PDP and Labour. In fact, they've called for the results to be cancelled. We heard the PDP saying that we saw the Labour Party holding a press conference to that effect. Is that just hot air, or does it carry some weight?
Well, Charles, this actually carries some weight, considering the Labour Party itself has been victorious in some places. Upsetting the electoral map that had been drawn by some of the bigger political parties, which never gave the Labour Party a chance. And so it will come as a shocker to so many Nigerians if the party is calling for a total cancellation. But as at yesterday, they had called for a cancellation only in Rivers State, saying that they were unhappy about the outcome, and they had felt that there was some some of these observations here, because based on the information left available to him, including the results submitted by the state collation officer for the presidential election, the scope, there seems to be no controversy there. And so that seemed to have angered Senator Dino Melaye, who is the national party agent, one of the national party agents for the PDP. And of course, he tried to create a stir here. Are a lot of Nigerians concerned about all of these things that are happening? Yes, I can tell you, because the INEC seems to be under the radar, because a lot of people had expected swift posting of those results, because INEC itself had said that they were going to do that. So if INEC reached its promise without ensuring that all results were on its portal, including the results submitted by the state collation officer for the presidential election, and of course these political parties have expressed their dismay at this, and of course it's not bad for them to actually call for cancellations here and there, but calling for a total cancellation of the entire election, well, no one can actually say what exactly how that will turn out, because we haven't really had so much of that after elections have been conducted. Mostly elections have been postponed before or on election day, but not totally after elections have been conducted, the results being reeled out like we've seen here.
And Sandra, you have covered Nigerian elections for a very long time. Would you say what we are experiencing now with the 2023 election has been any different from where we're coming from. If not, because there's a school of thought that says politicians are so desperate that it causes mayhem because they know whoever loses goes to the court, which is almost impossible to overturn. So when you hear political parties raise these concerns at the Collation Center and they are told, wait to the entire process, then you can go to court, you begin to wonder if anything has really changed. What do you think?
That's a good point.
Well, let me start at this one with this very fantastic question you asked, because like the People's Democratic Party here, which is protesting, coincidentally used to be very arrogant while it was in power by asking other political parties to go to court when they shout and create a scene. I mean, I had monitored several elections and declarations right here in this same hall in the past when the PDP was in power. And, when other opposition parties want to raise questions, want to ask questions and say every other thing, the PDP and its agent will actually tell people to just be quiet, go to court and all of that. So these are interesting times in our development. And of course, the democratic practice that we have right now shows at the moment that there seems to be some level of growth, irrespective of the challenges that we are having. Because if there wasn't a growth, I don't think Labour Party would weigh the two big political parties or the major political players have always played their politics, that Labour Party would have been able to come third because no one gave that party a chance, despite the fact that the Labour Party had wanted to build a coalition for this election with the NMPP and others. It got rejected at some point in time, but you can see that it's making an inroad, and that's thanks to the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS technology, which has worked very well. I mean, some civil society groups have given it 98%, which tells you that there's an advancement. But the problem has always been the issues of collation. Like a former Western leader will say that the problem is actually not voting. You can go around and vote, but how the process is collated is where you will see whether the process is credible or not. And of course, whenever it gets to nightfall on election day within Nigerian politics, I can tell you that there's always anxiety on the minds of opposition political parties, because governing parties in one way or the other always tend to be in control in one situation or the other. And so there's always that fear among opposition parties that results may be tampered with. But of course, the governing parties too will also be saying that opposition parties are tampering results in their own areas. So all political parties in one way or the other are often guilty of accusing the other party. So it looks more of like it's a Nigerian problem with Nigerian politicians, that they don't like accepting the outcome of results. But if we are to judge this electoral system based on the outcome that we're already seeing before it's concluded, then there seems to be some measure of growth, in the sense that a political party that no one gave room to is making an inroad. And look at the NMPP, for example, in Kano State, dealing with the APC, that's the governing party at the national level and at the state, and making inroads into different political circles, senatorial districts, House of Rep members, because let's not forget, there was a National Assembly election too, and several political parties, apart from the PDP and the APC and the LP, are also emerging. So while there are challenges here and there, we await the final collation and outcome before we can have a proper understanding on what's going on. But from the signs we have seen, there seems to be some element of good outcome from what we have seen. But of course, are there challenges? Yes, very big challenges, and it's left to the political parties to put together their legal teams and challenge some of these things in court, like you have said, or they may just decide to forgo if they don't think they have the resources to go to courts.
Okay, Sumner, thank you ever so much. Sumner Sambo is Arise Politics editor. He is at the National Collation Center here in Abuja, and he will be back later in this program and through the evening updating us on all the latest developments. Well, the head of the U.S. Observer Mission, Ambassador Mark Green, who is the president and CEO of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars and former administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, has been sharing his thoughts on these elections.
Democracy is perfect. The important thing is that we get more representative as we go along. So on one hand, we saw the resilience of the Nigerian people standing in lines, willing to brave the heat, whatever it took to make sure that their voices were heard and that voted counts. So that's something we should all be very proud of. On the other hand, they had to be resilient, and that was unfortunate. We obviously saw and noted as an observer mission delayed poll openings, not always having materials available, some confusion. And so while the people were resilient, the election administration process was not as smooth and not as transparent and not as effective as it can be and as it should be. Every country, every state, every community is different, right, in terms of the details, but it's the broad underlying principles that count most. And I think what we see here as a challenge is that there wasn't a dry run, there wasn't a test run done, there wasn't a stress test run done, so that we would have seen in advance some of the problems that were reported on election day. So I think it's insufficient planning, quite frankly. But most importantly, it's transparency. People in this country are hungry for democracy. The fact that you're covering these stories means that the media is hungry for democracy and elections and voting. And I think INEC would be well served to be 100% transparent all the time. So on election day, if there are problems that pop up, simply hold a press conference or put out a statement saying, look, here's the problem, this is why, and this is how long it will take to fix it. I think when there's silence, that creates a vacuum, and then people get fearful. They start to get suspicious. And so I think one of the most important things is for INEC to be transparent and to constantly be sharing whatever results they have, sharing whatever problems they see with journalists and with the public.
More observations being made by international observers. Charles, I mean, we've had a mix. In some aspects, INEC has gotten the kudos. In other aspects, gotten knocks.
Absolutely. It's an extraordinary development, and it makes the whole process not only raises critical questions, but it also makes you wonder whether, I mean, anything's been learnt at all over several years.
Thank you very much. Next state.
Well, let's bring in our first in-studio guest, shall we? Here's Emmanuel Njoku, a member of the Connected Development Civil Society Organization. Thank you so much, Mr. Njoku, for joining us on the program. We appreciate your patience. We know you've been here for a while. Extraordinary day, like Charles describes it.
Yes, it is.
How would you describe the events of today? Yes, we're seeing 9 more results declared at the National Collation Center today. Yesterday, we had the very controversial Ekiti, which is still lingering. As we've seen some walkouts. But what do you make of the entire process?
Actually, before we come to you, we're having problems. With your microphone, I've just been told. So you and I can talk a little bit about this before we come over to him whilst they're making. Okay, now I think they've got the sound.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, so for me, I'm a bit worried because a lot of Nigerians approach this election, looking at the experience that they witnessed at the Ekiti national election. There were doubts around the beavers. There were equally doubts around how the IREV, that's result portal, will work. But as you are aware, I was at the election in Ekiti and as well in Osun State. There was this excitement that came with how the IREV performed in Ekiti and Osun State.
Off-cycle elections, just to be clear.
Yes, off-cycle election. I'm aware that on that election day, by 9 p.m. on the same election day in Ekiti and Osun election, over 95% of the results in that state had already dropped. They are on the IREV. So people approach this election with that expectation. And there's so much, so Nigerians have so much expectation. And there's this trust deficit that we've always seen in Nigeria, which INEC at this very time had breached that trust. A lot of Nigerians have come to believe and trust INEC. And we saw that in the voter turnout. Voter turnout in quote, because we still have not seen the total number of voter turnout, but we were in the field and we could see the number of people who came out to vote and the resilience of Nigerians staying till midnight, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock trying to vote, because they believe that one, that the results we are going to count and it will be made to be seen counted on the election day. And that was what the IREV was supposed to serve. But seeing IREV on election day by 10 o'clock, the IREV wasn't, by 10 o'clock, the IREV wasn't up yet. I can imagine that the goodwill that INEC has gathered in the build-up to this election, probably they'll blow it up with what we are seeing in this.
Right, but beyond that goodwill, which is obviously a legitimate thing, I mean, you need public confidence when you're carrying out an election, but beyond that, this failure to upload the results as promised to the portal and their failure to electronically transfer the results, I mean, that clearly raises profound questions, but does that raise questions for you about transparency? Because that's a different thing than just, public confidence and whether people are happy, or sad that it didn't quite happen. But when it raises questions about transparency, then
so
it calls
you
into
and I can talk a little bit about this before we come over to him whilst they're making. Okay, now I think they've got the sound.
Is the election process. I mean, after elections, and which is the reason why most educated people, middle class, upper class, because a lot of Nigerians vote. Because after the polls, the result that comes out at the level of observation totally changes from what people saw in the polling unit. So the essence of the transmission of results and uploading on the portal was very important to manage this weekly. That way, everybody will be carried along. But however, let me say this, because we've gone through the whole INEC guideline. Yes, on cycle election. I'm aware that on that election day, by 9 that in as much as INEC has failed to upload the results of the IREV, it does not in any way invalidate the collation process that is going on. And it should not in any way stop INEC from collating results. Because electoral
deficit that we're policing in Nigeria, which INEC at this very time had breached that trust. A lot of Nigerians have come to the comparison between the physical and we saw that in the voter turnout. Voter turnout in vote, because we still have not seen the total number of voter turnout, but we were in the field and we could see the number of people who came out to vote and the resilience of Nigerians staying till midnight, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock trying to vote, because they believe that one, that the results we are going to count, and
that if it fails to be uploaded, that it will invalidate the collation processes that is ongoing. The reason for that is to carry Nigerians along, to get political parties to carry them along. You know that in most situations, party agents' business is usually transactional. We've gone to polling units where you see party agents, 10 party agents in a particular polling unit, observing, supposed to be watching over the votes of their political party. But you see the big man, in quotes again, the big man in that area comes and offers money to all the party agents, and they collude and overlook the process. So what the IREV was supposed to do was supposed to help the political parties at the state level, at the national level, to be able to oversight what their party agents have done at the collation, at the registration area collation center, and local government area collation center. But that was missed, and that is why I understand both the political parties that are demanding that INEC should upload this result before they go on are correct, in my opinion. But in as much as INEC is saying that they cannot stop for their failure of uploading the results, they are also correct by saying that we will keep doing it. So I mean, that's how I see it.
It sounds like a lot of confusion, because you promise to deliver something and then you still deliver it and say, because there's a fallback mechanism which we are used to, then it doesn't invalidate what I'm doing, even though I've promised to deliver. But I want to read a portion of the press release by INEC on why they were having the glitches. They've alleged fears that it's not sabotage, but they say the problem is totally. They try to allay fears. Thank you, because people are still wondering why.
They're not buying.
Exactly. That's why we have to work out. Yeah. Exactly. They say the problem is totally due to technical issues related to scaling up the IREV from a platform for managing off-season state elections to one for managing nationwide general elections. And I read that portion because it talks about how IREV and Beavers was fantastic for our off-season elections, which we monitored. So when you hear INEC say they failed to scale up this system for an election we knew was going to come 4 years after they did the last one, I mean, it's inexcusable. inexcusable, isn't it?
No, INEC, absolutely. They have to say something. They just have to give a reason. But in my opinion, I think the reason was weak. Because after the off-cycle elections in Ekiti State and Osun State, and even the FCT election in 2022, we engaged INEC at different fora, as stakeholders, as civil societies, in different meetings. And one concern we had is, yeah, this thing has worked in Ekiti. This thing has worked in Osun State. But those are just polling units, less than 2,000 polling units. We are going into an election with polling units of 176,606 polling units. We hope that INEC will expand their bandwidth as such that it will accommodate the traffic, one, of the results that will be sent in, traffic of people who will be logging on. So you're supposed to have a login for you to be able to access the INEC, the IREV. So typically for a big election across the country, you would expect
confidence, self-discipline, practical self-defense, physical fitness. Texas Blackfield Academy teaches
at the level of
absolute party accredited party agents. But they should already hand over to their own accredited coalition party agent. The security, accredited security men, all security will.
So the party agent from the polling unit stays outside the coalition.
There's basic agenda, but it's not supposed to be.
So hands over to the party coalition agent who is inside the coalition center. So and all of them, in your words, are supposed to wear the attire. And from that video we saw there, those guys are not wearing ties.
So it's difficult without the commentaries.
That's what I was telling you. They actually came in there to disrupt the process in the coalition.
Usually,
and not just the way it's going about, but because they can follow you. Citizens have set up stations outside Nigeria to be able to
so everybody there, in fact, you should have gained access in the first place without the appropriate attack.
That most of these people
there are those who continue to talk about the fact that Nigeria has somewhat like stayed behind the lines in terms of technology when it comes to the electioneering process. Fortunately, with the amendment of the Electoral Act, we have access, one foot into the technological space for electoral process, and now it appears we're not taking that step into the electoral process. We're still with regards to the manual process. Because we're still having issues with uploading the.
But your foundation is a bit faulty, with due respect.
Would it have been different if INEC was given a dedicated bandwidth for the uploading of this?
Okay, the truth is that there are many countries.
Most politicians and most citizens are participating actively because they believe on their
some countries have gone to electronic voting.
What's the population of those countries? Let's look at them. In terms of size,
Germany is a large country.
As large as Nigeria, I don't think so.
Not as large as Nigeria, they are full size.
Yeah, India is a good example. Let's look at India. How have they been operating their electoral process?
India does stagger the elections, for example. They stagger the elections, they don't do everything in one day. And when India was introducing the use of the electronic device,
I mean, that's not something that we can 100% confirm, because you hear from political parties and so on. They say that stuff, and you wonder about their own. But in those
I think we should, when you say things, they don't really have some of the background things because of the lack of trust generally provided online. The Dutch also said, look, we cannot do this kind of thing. A lot of them just go to the polls. America doesn't do electronic voting in the States. They go out newspapers.
It's mixed.
Most states don't do that. But they do things like advanced voting by electronic, by postal post.
But the collation,
don't forget
collation. Is the collation also done
manually? There are different ways. In Florida, Al Gore and Bush. What was the issue? They said, look, we don't trust this electronic voting that you have done. Let us go and count the ballots manually. They turned on the Supreme Court saying, no, we're not going to do manual. But we're asking for transparency's sake, for the fidelity of the thing.
Manually imputed into the Form EC8B. What that now means is that beyond the registration area collation center, every result that gets to the state and that gets to Abuja the politicians, the political parties and stakeholders at this level can no longer confirm. And it is normal. This is an election. People come to election with suspicion because it has been the in thing in Nigeria. Every political party trying to out-manipulate or out-trick every political party. So once at any time the election management body, gives a body language that shows that the transparency that was expected is no longer there, people will simply start pointing fingers. And it's not just in Nigeria. In 2016, I was in the United States to observe the Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton election. We know the outcomes of that election up to date. This is America that typically would think that they're practicing international best practices when it comes to elections and democracy. Talk more of Nigeria. It is very worrisome. I will appeal to the INEC chairman as they resume at 8 o'clock. Clarifications needs to be made. There is a lot of trust issue, even in the political parties and the party agents. And so this now goes to tell how important the party agents are. And most of these party agents that we see when we go to the field, most of them, I don't think they actually even understand the essence and the reason why they are there. And they are very important. In the chain of this election, this whole confusion tells you that the most important part is at the polling unit and the registration and ward collation center. Anything that goes beyond there, they can no longer start looking at the Beavers device to start checking the results that were transmitted in the Beavers device beyond the one that is going to be uploaded. All of that, that's why the chairman is now saying, let's finish this process. What that now means is that beyond this process, you can now go to court and call for all the Beavers and start doing the whole process all over again. And that is why the politicians, they understand how going to court and how cumbersome and the stress that goes with it, especially when the ruling party is in power. It becomes difficult to upturn the process. That's why they are demanding that let this thing be done once and for all. That way they can be confident that the results that is here is the same thing that has been transmitted. But we are missing this very important part of our election process, frankly, and I'm very disappointed and worried.
I'm sure you join a long queue of Nigerians who are disappointed. But thank you so much for coming on the program, Mr. Njoku. We really do appreciate the time you spent with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So you're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections here on the Rise News. It's time for a break. We're back with more. Stay with us.
Running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loan, overdraft, step by step to my dream business with vote, salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business with
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today. 34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
Everyone dreams of owning a home, but not everyone has the budget. We understand this. And that's why at Meridian Park Estate, everyone has a fair chance to own a home in Ajah and environs. Over the years, we have consistently and creatively delivered homes at prices that beat the market by about 20% and still furnish them with a flexible plan that makes payment convenient. That's why when our clients fear for price, we confidently say, not even your budget can stop you. Don't let your budget stop you from owning a fully built 3-bedroom maisonette duplex in Ajah for as low as 9.99 million naira key collection deposit and spread the balance over a period of 24 months. For more details and inquiries on how to save millions on a home in Ajah, visit www.meridianparkestate.com.
Here's a card when no go give you stress at all. Zero waiting, zero queue. Best banking Petra card. Here's a card when no go give you wahala. Zero trouble now for you. Best banking Petra card. Tell off the spoiler. Who won't break down? Where you want to see now only you get them. Nothing fit to one. Sharp, sharp, him and not the way. Swipe it, go, you go away. Petron card with the sweet body. Petron card with no the shape messy. We put you first again. First banking Petron card, we put you first again. Generate your Petron card, we put you first again. First banking Petron card, we put you first again. Just generate your Petron card.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will conduct the 2023 general election using the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS, on Election Day. The BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intended voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate multiple voting, identity theft, or impersonation. The BVAS will guarantee one man, one woman, one vote. INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy.
This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the Osiwa Africa Foundation.
Today, the Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program has trained over 1.5 million young African entrepreneurs. We have disbursed nearly $100 million to over 18,000 beneficiaries who have gone on to create over 400,000 jobs across Africa.
We need to do more for women in Africa. Empower a woman, you're empowering the whole society.
The Tony Elumelu Foundation gives access to a world-class business training and seed capital.
Thanks to the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program, we've been able to structure our business and operations, but also we got the funding and financial means to concretize it and make it happen.
This is the impact we want to achieve at the Tony Elumelu Foundation. The Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program is sector agnostic. The only thing that is important to us is your ideas. The future of Africa is in your hands.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think South. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People,
technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
You're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential election here on Arise News. I'm Charles Anyekolu.
And I am Adesoa Omorwan.
Now, several results have been announced today by INEC. Let's start with the Southwest Zone, Kwara, Ondo, Ogun, and Oyo states, where the ruling APC's presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, won the majority of votes cast, and Osun State, which was won by the PDP's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. But in Lagos, Nigeria's vast economic hub, Peter Obi of the Labour Party won the most votes, narrowly beating Mr. Tinubu there, who is himself a former governor of Lagos State. Results from other states are still trickling in, but it's still too early to tell who will win this presidential election.
Indeed, and some of those other results include Yobe State and Gombe State in the northeast, where Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party won the majority of votes cast, and Enugu State in the southeast, where Peter Obi of the Labour Party won resoundingly. Meanwhile, as Nigerians await the results for the rest of the country, the spokespersons of the leading candidates have been holding free of press conferences, launching whistling attacks on each other in the new wave of political mudslinging. Well, they have been characterizing their opponents as loose cannons and accusing each other of fraud, making dangerous inflammatory comments, and even trying to hack INEC central servers.
We're going to state that we've lost confidence in the results being collated and being announced. Nigerians have inundated us with calls and protests over INEC's non-compliance with provisions of the electoral guidelines and the obvious manipulations of the election results. We hereby call on INEC to suspend further announcement of the results and follow its own guidelines or completely cancel the entire election and make plans for another election with strict compliance with the stipulated laws and guidelines.
We don't need to incite anyone. Nigerians came out in record numbers, the way they haven't come out since 30 years ago. The last time there was that level of turnout was in 1993. And they are currently engaged in electoral fraud. It is for them to maintain peace on the street. We have only called for calm at this conference. We have not at any point in time sought to assess the big thing. They actually want us to fight. And we are not interested in fighting, and we want Nigerians to be calm.
We are particularly concerned and call on the state security services and the Nigeria Police Force to immediately restrain persons such as Melaye, Momodu, and a certain pastor, Paul Enenche of Dunamis Church. They should be restrained from their clear calls to violence. Melaye's tweets threatening violence, Momodu going on TV to announce the purported winner, and Enenche's hate speech from the pulpit clearly violates every law of the land. They should not go scot-free. When failure stared them in the face, rather than accepting the outcome with dignity like good Democrats would, some sore losers began shopping for ways to cut corners or scuttle the process. We have seen so many doctored results giving false victory to the Labour Party in places where it performed abysmally poor. The idea was to give its followers hope and prepare them for a planned street insurrection. The PDP has employed almost similar tactics, despite secretly admitting defeat. They went about with mouth-watering offers, looking for willing partners that would help them to subvert the will of the people. Perhaps, having failed to procure officials to help it to doctor results, the PDP earlier today rented willing television station airwaves to make very dangerous statements on the election.
That's Dele Aleke there, who is a spokesman for the APC and the presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, leading a team from the APC campaign council and essentially leading the charge on behalf of Mr. Tinubu. Well, we weren't able to get the clip of Dele Momodu, although we carried it live on Arise News speaking earlier, but I'm glad to say that for more on all of that, we're joined now in the studio by Daniel Bwala, who's a spokesman for the Atiku Presidential Campaign Council. Daniel, thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you.
I expect this has been a busy day for you, but I mean, with respect, isn't it a bit extreme to be calling for the entire result of this election to be cancelled? I mean, shouldn't you at least know what the result is or what INEC says the result is before you go that far?
Right, so we call for the cancellation of the entire result because of the incidences that happen all across the country, and it will not be fair for you to pick one and leave the other, especially because the three major international partners have already issued a press statement corroborating the position we've always, kind of held, to the fact that the performance of the conduct of INEC is below expectation. In fact, one say it falls short of transparency. European Union even proceeded to ask for the prosecution of those who were behind violence. So what are the basis for our call for the cancellation? Is because the INEC chairman and the INEC by extension, they fail short of their standards. We have the Electoral Act, and let me say that for avoidance of doubt. Lots of people, probably even in INEC, have no idea of the new innovation in the amended Electoral Act, like Section 65. One of which is, in Section 65, if you look at the proviso, it says provided the INEC chairman, that's referred to in that act as the chief presiding officer, shall have the powers to review results anywhere within 7 days. Meaning that that innovation, I remember when the idea of that amendment was, brewed in at that time, a lot of lawyers that have turned up to be the lawyers of APC kicked against it, and some of the ABC members in the National Assembly. Because what that provision actually was introduced to kill is this idea of rig the election, let them go to court. So that's why it confers that power on INEC as a mandatory power to review results and then reverse the outcome. So what is the result?
You mean review it, stop the announcement of election results, review it, and then reverse it and continue? I mean, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Yeah, so this is it.
Yeah.
First, results are announced per level, right? At the polling unit, you announce it. Then when it gets to the ward, and that's right, go up to the national. They are confusing people at the center when they said it has to be announced by the national chairman at the national. No. The election results are announced at the polling unit, and any objection is raised at the polling unit. Now, we have it on good report that most of our polling agents that raise objections to certain activities at the polling unit were ignored. Some of the presiding officers, thought that, that kind of lazy interpretation that it is the national chairman that will do it. And the whole idea is so he can correct what needs to be corrected. That's why you can see elections can be conducted. Before the final result is announced, you will hear so place there is a cancellation because the chairman must have exercised his power to review that. But let me tell you why they don't want to do that. And we know the script. The whole idea is that, and you've heard that today when they asked the national chairman so many questions in that regard, and you hear him saying, yes, I am aware of the provision of that act. Once I finish announcing, then I have 7 days to review. No, this is the script. The minute he finished announcing and returning the presidential candidate in this election, he will tell you, or they will tell you of the decisions of court that he becomes functus official is only the court of law that can reverse the verdict. In fact, we are even hearing that once he finished announcing, he will be served by them with an order from court, wherever they will go and get, restricting him from doing any other thing. So that is why we felt that this irregularity you can't just close your eyes. There is a non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act. We haven't even come to talk about the violence in pockets of places against us, against
right.
Labour,
I know
Omoro
has got a question for you, but very, very quickly before she asks that question, I mean, what difference to what you just told us will the fact that you rejected those election results make? Because they're getting on with it.
Excellent. So the difference and what we intend to expose the corruption, the rigging, is that electronic transmission of results, the reason why the concept of upload to the INEC server, the reason behind that is so that manipulation after the results are announced at the polling unit, by the time it gets to the center, will not be possible. So when INEC themselves called us as stakeholders and said, this is the innovation, we've tried that in other places and it worked, and this is what's going to happen. As soon as results are announced, it will be uploaded. Now, if they did as they promised, it means that it will be impracticable for the results that have been announced at the polling unit and uploaded to be manipulated before it gets there. Now, the excuse they are giving at the International Conference Center is that because the server is slow, we haven't got the time to wait until they're all uploaded before we do that. Now, you are even supposed to, based on the innovation, be reading the result from the server. Then this hard copy serves as a backup in case there is a contradiction. But what they did was that they looked at the Electoral Act with their eyes, kicked it with their legs, and operated as though there is no amendment of the Electoral Act. The law, Electoral Act, is the law of the land. INEC chairman ought to have obeyed the law in the conduct of the election. And when that has not taken place, the only reasonable thing that sensible people will do is not to be going to the street and start fighting. Is to call for the cancellation of that result. Our joy is that we've also had Labour, they've done the same, and a number of other political parties. And this is corroborated by observers that saw for themselves.
But despite that, the process is still ongoing. Results are still being declared, although they've gone on a break now. But it's intriguing that you say they are looking for court orders. You just said that.
They're likely.
They're likely to get a court order. I'm saying that because moments ago, a statement just came from one of the director of the spokespersons for the presidential campaign of the APC, Festus Keyamo, saying the PDP specifically and Labour Party as well have perfected plans to finally support to the democracy of the country and throw the country into constitutional crisis by what he calls shopping for an injunction. So I wonder if you want to clarify that. Are you also shopping for an injunction to stop this?
Excellent.
And secondly, we just had a guest who talked about the political parties not necessarily flying blind as they're claiming at the National Collation Center, because they do have agents at the polling units and the ward level where the results were declared. So whatever was declared at the ward and polling units level is what is now being declared here, and you should have copies.
That's not it.
Yeah.
So how is that?
Absolutely.
How come you don't have that when you have agents on ground and what is being declared is different?
How did you sign those?
Yes,
did you sign
for them.
The results?
So how could we have raised the objection if we had not received from our own agent on the field the result, and if we didn't think that those results were contrary to what was announced?
But they signed for them.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yes, that's right. So
they signed
the results
documents
that were signed and submitted to INEC
at difference. Is that what you're saying?
Ought to have been uploaded. Because if you have heard them over time, a few days ago I was even on a television station where the spokesman for INEC admitted that they were supposed to upload that of the presidential, because they were uploading National Assembly and ignored the presidential. You can smell a copy there. So the result we've had, they are not tallying with what they were announcing.
Right.
They didn't give the opportunity for the uploaded result to be seen, because when they engaged the stakeholders, that was the question. Where there is a conflict between the result at the polling unit that was uploaded and then the one that will consequently be announced, which one takes precedence? They say it's the one that is uploaded. So that means that one is the real result. The question is, how comes after the election, when the National Assembly results were being uploaded, the server was okay, As soon as they began the presidential, the server became slow. And by the next morning, and we were all based on the results that you even see the other political parties sharing, we were doing good. And then by the morning, they started taking points. Now, let me tell you this. Nigeria is a federation, right? The candidate that they are claiming is winning came from Lagos. He was defeated in Lagos by Labour Party candidate. The Kano, which is their strongest point, he was defeated by Kwankwaso. The Osun, his historic land, he was defeated by PDP. The Federal Capital Territory, he was defeated by Labour. The South-South and South-East, APC does not have any significant presence there. How has he been able to garner this point to a point where they will suggest they are leading? That would have been proven if they upload the results. And it will be open to everyone. Let me tell you, the high-level rigging that is taking place in this election can only be carried out by high-level criminal intent. And that is why we're calling for the cancellation of this result and election and for the conduct of election.
So you're going to court to shop for judgment, what they said.
God forbid for if we now this is it this one. If we were thinking about order, like the way they did during this their Naira policy, before we start talking, we will serve them with order. Those who want to go and shop for order don't cry before they go. They simply fling the order at you. But what we are doing is that we were looking at the conduct of election. Everybody had the faith and the confidence we were seeing the result, and then abracadabra. 3 days down the line, it was even on international TV, that days after the conduct of election, the electoral body has failed to upload the result. That was what you told us from the beginning. That is the game changer. So what happened?
So lots of issues now. I mean, you know, the process, you want it to be stopped. It doesn't look like it's going to be stopped. It's continuing even as we speak. I mean, they're going to be back at 8 p.m. and we're going to cross live and carry more results. So this stuff is degenerating to the point where inevitably it's going to end up in the courts, isn't it?
Well, the thing is that what we know about every election is that the election has to have, or whoever wins has to have the legitimacy of the people. That's in a true democracy. In a democracy where the majority of Nigerian people, because each political party represents millions of Nigerian people that went and voted. Now, their wishes could not find its way. According to European Union, he said there is the denial of the exercise of right to vote. Now, that goes to Constitution. The non-compliance with 65 goes to the Electoral Act. The non-upload goes to the guideline. So you are supposed to conduct election in accordance with it. When you fail to do that, there are so many dimensions. Nationally, how do you garner the confidence of the Nigerian people? Internationally, who will listen to you? That's the point. So ours is, we call for the cancellation as a first step, and we are hoping, because it is obvious to the whole world, I'm talking about Nigeria, it's obvious to the whole world that this election is marred with this fact that we've mentioned, and is corroborated by observers. They are not from our party, they are not from any other party. It is not our government that is in power. But transparency is very key in every election. So now, we've called for the cancellation. We're looking up to the INEC to cancel the results and call for election.
And should they not cancel it, what will happen? But I also wanted to take you back to a point you made earlier. You said the figures are not tallying what you have and what they are announcing at the National Collation Center. And I want to know if that applies to all of the states you have won, for instance, in Gombe, Osun, Yobe, or just states that you have issues that you're not winning.
When we started, we were complaining about specific places, right? We complained about rivers. You saw even the violence in rivers. And the International Committee made reference to it when they were calling for the prosecution of those behind that. We talked about Lagos. These are facts reported by the news media. You saw violence there. You saw voter suppression where they shoot guns in order for people not to come out and vote. Now, when we started, we talked about Borno. In North Borno, for example, they didn't use beavers. And you see that all across Nigeria in different places where they don't have people. Then where they use the beavers, like in Borno, Southern Borno, where I come from, they insisted, the governor said, the result at the Southern Borno must be brought to the center to announce. That's not the procedure. The procedure is polling unit will announce, ward will announce, local government before you go to the state. And then this you find everywhere, including them. You remember when this election started, they were raising the complaint. But suddenly, we started seeing what the people call abracadabra. And then we drew the attention of INEC, because that's all we need to do by the amendment to the Electoral Act. We have a problem A, B, and C here and there and there. And then we need to hear concrete word from him. We are going to observe, we are going to react, we are going to call. But they said it is after I finish announcing all. As if we are, first year students of law in the faculty of law. When you finish announcing, then you say, I'm functus official. Then the other one will say, court, stop you from doing anything. Then let's go to court and then challenge whether you have power or not. Don't play with the sensibility of Nigerians. Have you seen for the first time in the history of this country, you have highest number of voter turnout, the enthusiasm of the young people? Everybody wanted to be able to speak. And then suddenly the entire nation is sent into the, what we call graveyard silence.
Right.
Because of suppression by certain elements.
Now,
pollution.
You mentioned a lot of young people, and you're right to the extent that, this election inspired a lot of people to get out there. Does it make a difference that this protest is not just coming from the PDP, which is what we saw in previous elections, and the fact that you've now got Labour? And secondly, how would you expect those Nigerians whose mandate you say has been stolen to respond?
The Nigerian people are called upon to be law-abiding because, you see, democracy cannot grow in a situation where people express their anger through violence. And our political party will not be a party that will promote violence. So the people, under a democratic means, must be law-abiding as we raise this concern in the hope that this will be dealt with, both locally and internationally. That is point number one. Number two, it makes a lot of difference. If we were the only ones speaking, somebody will say, oh, it's because you think APC is winning and you're not. And the political party involved, let me even tell you, if you look at it from international best practices, once one or two of the major contenders in the party raise complaint, it is the concept of the other lower parties is immaterial. If you put the facts that, okay, by the time you put their votes together, is it going to substantially affect or not? So, and look at them today saying that they are gentle, they are not speaking, and PDP is speaking. Who were the first people to even start saying they won? They started it. Look at their Nation newspaper that people refer to as the Nation tissue paper. They did it on Sunday morning. And even today, they made reference to it. And they've been talking all over the place. Even now, in order to oppress the masses, they are calling on DSS and calling on the police to go and now start arresting people. In other words, rig the election and use law enforcement to silence the people.
It's a lot to take in. But like I said, this, and Charles has reiterated, this collation goes on. We've been told that it will go on at 8 p.m.
Let me tell you this way. I heard it twice, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But let me tell you this. We are not under the illusion that if we just say we call for the cancellation, then immediately it will stop. Conduct is the decision of the person. So you can tell me, voila, keep quiet, and I'll decide to talk. So it is not expected that just because we say he will cancel, but they all know the wider implication of violating the law of the land, the constitution of the land. And let me tell you, in the past, the whole effect of this is that the aggrieved party will just cry and go to court. Buhari himself has said, even recently, that I was cheated once, twice, I was all going to court till I got tired and I say, I leave it at God. And then God sent technology. This one he said in Daura, the day he cast his vote. So I've been cheated until I cried to God. And he sent technology. Why is the technology?
It's good that you brought in the president into this conversation. We haven't heard from him.
Right.
Do you think you should be speaking at this point? What do you expect from him?
I expect the president to look at what is going on, to look at the fact that the confidence in the process is eroded, to look at the fact that there is rigging by the party that he happens to belong to look at the fact that the electoral body has so far not yet exhibited a conduct that can be called by all parties that this is one that is fair. Because when a complaint is raised, you ought to deal with that complaint. And that is what was raised at that international conference center, to which they ignored. They even perfected the plan. They brought a lawyer from APC who sat there like amicus curiae. So when you raise an issue, then the lawyer will act as if he's an innocent person clarifying the matter. Then they have some parties that have declared and adopted them to say we concur. Let me tell you, Nigeria is no longer like kindergarten. People are wise and smart. The new Electoral Act came to cure what they are doing now. And they've resisted and kicked against it before. And they decided to go around it, bypass every of the provision with electronic transmission of result, the upload of the result based on the Electoral Act and the guidelines of INEC. And the INEC man is cheering a session where the law is being violated. So our position is just simple. We reject the result in its entirety as a political party. And we call for the cancellation of that result.
Right.
That's our position.
Okay, so, I know you might have touched on this earlier, but what's your next move? What are you going to do next in the circumstances?
Until we wait and see what they do before we decide on what we want to do next. Because obviously, if we tell you this is what we are going to do next, then that means we are already concluding that they will not listen to what we say. When you say you call for cancellation, you have to give them that benefit of doubt. So they have the whole of today to look at it and then cancel. And if they don't do that, then we sit down and think of the next thing to do.
Well, some will say, listen to you, some will say, perhaps you have a crystal ball to tell the end from the beginning. I mean, do you have all the results of all the political parties? You're calling for the cancellation. Should it end up being that the PDP
favoring you?
And yes, should this whole announcement favor you at the end of the day, except you have seen all the results by all political parties? So the question really is, you're calling for the cancellation now. Some would say because perhaps you're not in the lead from the results so far. But should it favor the PDP, would you still be saying these elections should be cancelled entirely?
On the evidence of what has happened and the infractions we have seen, which we are calling for the cancellation if it favors us or not. And let me tell you this. Every political party that is ready for this election have agents in every polling unit in Nigeria, except even Labour, that will challenge them, they eventually say they have their people. And we have situation room where we monitor real life results as they go on. When you are seeing results that your agent do, because when results are announced, they give a duplicate copy to the party. When you are seeing non-reflection of those results, when you are seeing magical improvement of results in certain areas, when you are seeing violation of the law in terms of suppressing people, the threat of death, you see people printing all kinds. I don't think if you love democracy, you will keep quiet about it. And in terms of whether you believe it or not, let me tell you, and this is on the evidence of facts on ground, PDP was already on a clear path. Ask them about the uploads that they did in the first few hours. And even the members of APC in the very WhatsApp application or platform that they were sharing, they were already complaining that they were going well. And then they will now be targeting places to manipulate the result. All these things would have been avoided had the umpire did what they say. Simple. That we are going to obey the provisions of the law. They told us immediately, having more than 5 stakeholder engagement. They were warning it over and over. Send your agent. Immediately after the results are announced, they were going to be uploaded for viewing. So what then, Adesua, with the greatest respect, what do you think is the reason behind the upload to the server? So you don't give room for manipulation. When suddenly you have a server that has been working like everything, what is the difference between me snapping you and uploading it? That's what they say they couldn't do in 3 days. Just snap. My son snapped me and sent me the picture. Certainly, you have to stand up and smell a coffee. And that is the reason why we believe there is non-compliance with the provision of the Electoral Act. And lastly, before you go, let me say fundamentally, there used to be a time in Nigeria where when elections are conducted and you feel rigged, hold your tears, hold your cry, after the election, go to court. In Nigeria, from 1999, then people now begin to influence it to a point where by the time you go to court, you don't get redress. Then it got to a point where people are saying the wishes and the will of the people does not find reflection. That was what led to the amendment. That we can avoid that by rectifying results that are rectifiable, so that the rest anybody can go to court. You introduced it. You actually, INEC, requested the input in the National Assembly. Strongly, INEC participated in all the stakeholder meetings and made a case for it. And then it got into the Electoral Act amended. After they amended it, INEC now began to teach political parties on that. And on this day, you're saying you're ignorant of that?
Well, Daniel, stay with us because we want to get your reaction to what we're going to hear next. You're watching a special cross-country coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections here on Arise News, with counting and collation of votes continuing to dominate the headlines in this country and beyond, in spite of the protests. And earlier today, we saw lots of drama as those results were being announced. A number of party agents, led by the PDP, walked out of the National Collation Center after insisting that the votes from the polling units that were not uploaded to the INEC portal must be uploaded before the release of results could continue. That notion was rejected by INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu. It became a hugely disputatious issue, and it led to the PDP's Dino Malaya and Emeka Hedioha and the party agents of some of the other parties, including the Labour Party, walking out of the event in protest and calling for the entire process to be cancelled.
Okay, thank you very much. Next state. No.
Oh, you're still watching a special coverage. Unfortunately, we could not bring you those clips at this point, but we'll definitely bring them to you because we do have them. Daniel Bwala is still here with us, spokesperson, one of the spokespersons for the Presidential Campaign Council of the PDP, and Atiku Abubakar. Mr. Bwala, I want to ask you if you've spoken to Atiku Abubakar about this issue, and what has he said?
Well, as a spokesman, whatever I speak is his opinion, and if whatever I speak is not his opinion, he doesn't hesitate to disclaim it, right? I have been in touch with him all through this process, reporting my concerns, because apart from being a spokesman, I'm also a lawyer, and I've been in practice long enough to be a judge or a senior advocate, and I told him, based on my understanding of the law, what was going on. It's not in accordance with the law. We confirmed with the party, and party fundamentally is the one that took that decision to cancel, not me, and the candidate of our party, to my understanding, concur with whatever decision the party is taking, because if you look at that election that took place that day, you wouldn't see his name. You will see the logo of the party. It is a political party that sponsors a candidate. And he has made it clear from the beginning that if there is a free and fair conduct of election and he loses, he will accept it as in good faith. Now it is not just him. So assuming it is only PDP talking, you could say, oh, this is a sole loser. But you can see political. Look at Peter Obi. Peter Obi defeated Tinubu in Lagos. You can't call that a nobody in this election. We have seen the kind of revolution that took place, through the Labour Party in Nigeria. What we are asking for is the free and fair, credible conduct. There is no transparency. Even international observers said it. Transparency International said it falls short of standards, international based practices of transparency. They even went further to request for the prosecution of identified people behind the violence. Election is a serious thing. It is the determination of the destiny of the people. Whoever you choose in the next 4 years will take decisions that will affect your life and that of your family. Okay. You must have a word to say about it.
All right, stay with us, because we're told that we can cross live to Wadata Plaza, where the People's Democratic Party is holding a live press conference. Let's listen in.
Cars at the polling units across the country. Our agents have been at alert, and we have all in our database. The PDP will not hesitate to make public the election results as cast at the polling units if that becomes necessary. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
We'll return to that as soon as we're able to restore that signal. The matrix gone a bit wonky. These things happen, as you know, with technology. We're not the only ones. But Daniel Bwala is still with us. Daniel, I'm curious to know at what point...
There's a process.
At what point you started officially protesting against this? Because, I mean, they released results yesterday. at that collation center. I mean, one would have thought that you would protest before the release of the results, because obviously the information was there, and you could see that the server, the portal wasn't up. I mean, the things, everybody could see that the things that had been uploaded to the portal when I think there were just a few sort of polling units. Why you didn't protest at that point? You allowed them to go with a number of states' release of the results before you then started protesting?
No, we started protesting few hours after the conduct of the election, when we thought by that time we should be seeing numbers, on the portal, because they said as soon as elections are conducted. In other words, it was not supposed to be an election that when you conduct, they will wait until a certain period where they will say everybody in Nigeria began to upload, because elections were conducted at different times. Some places there was a delay. But whichever place that is able to finish the conduct of election and parties are able to see you count, everybody sign, they said it will be uploaded there and there. And they said they began having problems. People were even sharing hotspots. And we knew before now that there is a likelihood that some of these renegades are going to use technology to jam the server. We raised concern. And INEC told us that their server is concrete, cannot be broken. They even had a program announcement, I think some 2 weeks ago, when they said there was an attempt to hack into INEC, but they are so secure. And they said the server was perfect. You heard what Dino said. When you claimed there was a problem, why didn't you admit to us? I remember even yesterday, the spokesman for INEC, when I was in Channels Television, when they asked him the question, why is it that the servers aren't working? Rather than apologizing to Nigeria and say this and this are the hitches or glitch, he said the servers are up and running. So we now discover, based on that, if something is not working and you're claiming it is working, then something is wrong with the process. Because we were not the ones that set the rules. We don't own INEC. You set the rules and asked us to walk into it. And when we started working and we discovered that the goalpost is being shifted and the rules aren't following, we have every right. But we could not have raised the concern immediately after. You have to wait and see from your situation room whether there are incidences like that across the country. And so to be able to do that, you have to give them time. That was what led to the overnight. Because you cannot conceive that around 2 a.m. they were already set up. Secondly, they were not set up to announce until a certain time that they told us. So you have to wait until that period before you label the complaint, or rather to raise the complaint, which we did when we started. And they keep saying that the server will work and everything will be in. You can imagine up until now, every result is not put in there. The expectation is that after elections are conducted, votes are cast, and they are uploaded, before they start this, every result would have been uploaded. Our presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, remember when you said whether we raised complaint or not, we issued the statement right in the morning before they started in the evening. He said, why is it that these servers the results are not being uploaded by agent? Because we're hearing reports in every part of the country. And we urge INEC to ensure that they were uploaded. Right. So we raised observation and complaint on time. They gave it deaf ears to our plea. And during this period of the delay in the uploads, when this acrobatic and this abracadabra started taking place, unbelievable. Let me tell you, Atiku Abubakar, apart from Lagos and Kano, in every part of Nigeria where he was not leading, he was second. Every part of Nigeria. He was in the east, he is in the east, he's in the southeast, south, even in the southwest where Tinubu comes from. We won Oshun, we competed in Ondo, we competed in Ekiti, we got our numbers in Lagos. So this is his base, he's supposed to win all of it. And then when you come to the rest of Nigeria, apart from South and Southeast, we were all over the place. Then a candidate and a party that couldn't muster everything in the Southwest doesn't have the road to see South and Southeast. Lost Lagos, lost Kano, lost FCT. Suddenly, is the candidate that is on the lead.
Okay, well, let me just say this before we go on a break. The APC are welcome to come in and give their own version of the story. But let's take you back to Wadata Plaza and that PDP news conference. Let's listen in.
For announcing results. It's suddenly in a hurry. And you ask yourself, why? 48 hours. Even after 48 hours, we still don't have the results directly uploaded into the server that is supposed to be transparent. They promise us a clear, transparent process where we can equally go to the server. We understand that even the password to the RAC agents who are supposed to access and upload were not even given. So those are the issues that the INEC chairman must address. Its integrity, belief, until now. He must demonstrate that we believe before international committee. He has to. He has a duty to us, and he has a duty to the international committee and the partners that have invested so much in this democracy to ensure that we have a process of development slowly but surely. He has to come to speak to Nigerians and say the avowed integrity is there. Yes, sir.
It is apparent that I think process given us. Is there any, will you seek legal option to court for
You're asking us to be preemptive. We don't act preemptive. We're organized. And you've seen that from all our actions. We go with the process. There is rule of law. There's a process. If you go, and you see, this is why the beauty of the judicial, at some point they will be called to action on this. We believe so. But we believe that if integrity is anything with the name INEC, if they're independent, if they're conscious of the fact that they are not infallible, if they have breached the law, and if somebody say, hey, you are going the wrong way, and not only PDP, other parties are saying so. So why are they in a hurry? INEC is for Nigerians, not Nigerians for INEC. So we will follow the law, follow the process, and we'll do that which is right, and we know, we're confident that Nigerians, and again, the international committee are with us, they observe this election. They have records too. They have data. It's not us, PDP, just speaking. It is what is in the public domain. And in any event, we have the results from the units, because that's what INEC said we should do. So we have it. We have the results. And like I said again about his integrity, he needs to demonstrate that, yes, he's worthy of that position as the chairman, do that which is right, and prosperity will judge him right, or otherwise.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We've been watching a live press conference by the People's Democratic Party at the Wadata House, the nation's capital, Abuja, not saying anything much different from what Daniel Bwala, a spokesperson for the presidential campaign of the party, has also been telling us here in the studio, that they are calling for outright cancellation of the process. Asked if they will take legal action, they say they are not preemptive, but perhaps at some point they might have to invite and take those steps.
In the meantime, Daniel, thank you very much indeed for spending the time with us. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you over the next few hours. Daniel Bwala is a spokesman for the Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Council, and you're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections here on Arise News. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
She's a wandering light in the darkness. She's beautiful. She's a superstar. Never let her remember down. She's beautiful. She know the fear, she know they ever carry hand for them.
No phones at the table, please. Esther. I love you too.
Got everything? Don't forget I'll pick you up 4.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
What is really happening in Akamata market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope your broadcast it to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. What do you want to set the country on fire?
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
First, there are 2 types of elections holding in the general election. The first is legislative elections, that's elections to the National Assembly and state houses of assembly. And the second is the executive elections for presidential and governorship elections. The legal requirements for declaring a winner in these 2 types of elections are different. INEC cannot announce a winner if these legal requirements are not fulfilled. So for legislative elections, winners emerge through simple majority. Any candidate with the highest number of votes will be declared a winner. So 1 vote can make a significant difference here. But for executive elections like the presidential election, the Constitution sets 2 major criteria for determining a winner of a presidential election. And here are the 2 conditions. The first one, a candidate must secure the highest number of votes cast at the election. The highest number of votes cast at the election is the first condition. Condition number 2, the candidate must secure not less than 25% of votes cast in at least 2/3 of all the states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. Those are the 2 conditions. Now let's break this down further. None of the candidates in the presidential election will be declared a winner if he or she doesn't secure majority of votes cast at the presidential election and 25% of the votes in at least 2/3 of all the states of the Federation and the FCT. If none of the candidates
meets the threshold of securing the highest number of votes cast, as well as 25% in 2/3 of all the states of the Federation and the FCT, INEC must conduct a second election. And that second election is known as the runoff. And the runoff must be conducted within 21 days from the date of the declaration of the result for the first round of the election. That's what the Constitution says. A runoff is a voting system used to elect a single winner where no candidate meets the conditions for securing a win in the first round of the elections. So for the presidential election, not all the 18 registered political parties who sponsored candidates will participate in the runoff election. Only 2 candidates will be on the ballot. The first candidate will be the presidential candidate who secured the highest number of lawful votes. That will be the candidate that will make it to the runoff election. The second candidate will be the one who, amongst the remaining candidates, who has majority of votes in the highest number of states. These are the 2 candidates that will make it to the ballot at the runoff election. So first, the candidate who secures the highest number of votes, and second, the candidate, who has majority of votes in the highest number of states. So where there is more than one candidate who has the majority of votes in the highest number of states, this is what the law says INEC will do. INEC will consider amongst, these candidates who has the highest number of votes in the election. So they look at the total number of votes that each of the candidates secured, and the one with the highest total number of votes will become the second candidate on the ballot for a runoff election. Now, victory in a runoff election is by simple majority, unlike the first round that requires the fulfillment of those 2 conditions of the highest number of votes and then 25% of votes in at least 2/3 of the state and the FCT. And what this means is 25% of votes in 24 states and the FCT. Remember, only INEC has the power to declare results. No other institution or individual is saddled with that responsibility. We urge you to be patient, wait as INEC is collating and declaring the results. Please refrain from peddling or spreading all forms of fake news. The only institution responsible for declaring official results is INEC, and we urge you as Nigerians to be patient and understanding and wait until INEC declares the final results for the election. Thank you for watching. I am Samson Itodo. Bye for now.
You're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections here on the Rise News. I am Adesua Morwan.
And I'm Charles Aniagolu. Now, the head of the U.S. Observer Mission, Ambassador Mark Green, who is the president and CEO of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars and former administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, has been sharing his thoughts on the elections earlier on the Arise News channel. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Well, so there's 2 stories here. First off, let's remember that democracy is a journey. No democracy is perfect. The important thing is that we get more representative as we go along. So on one hand, we saw the resilience of the Nigerian people standing in lines, willing to brave the heat, whatever it took to make sure that their voices were heard and that voted counts. So that's something we should all be very proud of. On the other hand, they had to be resilient, and that was unfortunate. We obviously saw and noted as an observer mission delayed poll openings, not always having materials available, some confusion. And so while the people were resilient, the election administration process was not as smooth and not as transparent and not as effective as it can be and as it should be.
Thanks so much. What improvements can be made? I'm hesitant to use the United States as an example, but I guess we can. In the United States, elections there are disaggregated at the state level, and so each individual state in the United States handles their own election operations. Should that be repeated? Is that a bridge too far? What are the improvements that can be made for INEC to be more efficient?
Well, so every country, every state, every community is different, right, in terms of the details, but it's the broad underlying principles that count most. And I think what we see here as a challenge is that there wasn't a dry run, there wasn't a test run done, there wasn't a stress test run done, so that we would have seen in advance some of the problems that were reported on election day. So I think it's insufficient planning, quite frankly. But most importantly, it's transparency. People in this country are hungry for democracy. The fact that you're covering these stories means that the media is hungry for democracy and elections and voting. And I think INEC would be well served to be 100% transparent all the time. So on election day, if there are problems that pop up, simply hold a press conference or put out a statement saying, look, here's the problem, this is why, and this is how long it will take to fix it. I think when there's silence, that creates a vacuum, and then people get fearful. They start to get suspicious. And so I think one of the most important things is for INEC to be transparent and to constantly be sharing whatever results they have, sharing whatever problems they see with journalists and with the public.
Well, thank you, Ambassador Green. Now, one thing that you pointed out that's crucial is communication. And we have definitely seen that, at least from what analysts have said, that INEC has not necessarily done the best job in terms of the pace of communication, in terms of how quickly matters are being addressed. We just saw something happen at the Collation Center, even though people were told that that's not the place to, make your issues known. That's strictly a Collation Center. And we also see that when it comes to uploading the results on the IREV, that's not being done real time. So how much grace should we actually give, and how much understanding should we actually give INEC regarding this communication aspect that leaves so much room for speculation?
Well, and I think that last point that you just made is the key one. So anybody who administers elections, INEC or those who administer it in the United States, you don't have to have all of the answers in order to communicate and be transparent with the public. Instead, simply be honest about what you're facing. So if you've got particular problems, if you've got shortages, simply say, we have shortages. People are understanding. People are patient. It's when nothing is said that people start to fear the worst. They get suspicious, and in some cases, there isn't a reason to be suspicious. I think what we would say is that so many of the misunderstandings could be avoided by simply saying things publicly. I'd like to go back to something that you said, and it's very, very important. I would never say that the U.S. and our democracy has all the answers. What I often say is, look, as a democracy that's still learning, perhaps we've made all the mistakes. You don't have to make the mistakes that we have made. You can learn from our own experience of mistakes. Close friend of Nigeria, U.S.-Nigeria relations are very solid. We share democratic values, so we can learn from each other. That's why we're here as election observers.
Ambassador Green, I just want to follow up on something you said, where you said democracy is a journey. Are you giving INEC a bit of a pass? Because to be frank here, how hard really is it to administer these elections? We're talking about a logistics exercise where you simply have to provide said materials. You've had 4 years to prepare because these elections happen every 4 years. You talked about insufficient planning, for example. Is it really that hard, Ambassador Green? Is it really that difficult? Should we be here?
Well, what I can say is that the NDI-IRI Joint Observer Mission, we actually did 2 pre-election assessments as well last year. And what we noted is that doing a test run, doing a stress run would be a great way to avoid the problems. And I think that's one of the things that should have been done. We look at this as a missed opportunity. There was a good opportunity here to advance democracy in ways that the Nigerian citizens could be proud of. Clearly, the Nigerian people are strong believers in democracy. We saw it at the polls. But unfortunately, the administration fell short. And so what we would say is, let's learn from the lessons. It is important. This was a missed opportunity. And let's make sure that as this story continues to be written of democracy, we learn these lessons and we're honest with each other on the shortcomings that we've all seen.
All right, Ambassador Green, in your joint statement released with Her Excellency President Joyce Banda, you noted that the election fell well short of Nigerian citizens' reasonable expectations. Now, on election day, the word voter disenfranchisement was being thrown around a lot. What are your observations? Would you go as far as to call what you witnessed on election day, what you observed on election day, as disenfranchisement?
Well, what I can say, and it's obviously in our statement, that we observed a number of situations where voters felt as though they were disenfranchised because either of the fallout from the cash crisis or confusion over voter lists or polls opening up late or the VIVA system not working as well as it should have. All of those together clearly, hurt the involvement of voters. So to that extent, I would say that it hurt the participation of Nigerians in the election process.
Ambassador Green, if you're planning a wedding, you outsource that to a wedding planner. If you're planning a dinner, you outsource it to a caterer. I run a business show on the Arise Television on the broadcast, and we talk a lot about privatization and government getting out of the way of the private enterprise. Can this be if you think about some of the challenges that we've seen with individuals, voters having to provide tables and markers and lights and generators and equipment, can this exercise, do you think it can be outsourced to be more efficient?
Well, that's really a decision for Nigerians to make. What I can say is that so many of the problems that you've just pointed to and that we've all read about were avoidable and they were foreseeable. And I think that's what the frustration is. You noted it. We've heard it from other people. Look, we've had time. Now, the Election Reform Act of 2022 was a step forward and brought about some reforms. But clearly this falls short of the kinds of democracy or the administration of democracy that Nigerians deserve.
Well, Ambassador, thank you. This election has been hailed for a number of reasons, including the fact that it was not postponed. But I'm curious, based on what you saw play out in the past days, not just on Saturday, would it have been okay for INEC to have postponed these elections, seeing that they were actually not ready from what we're seeing play out?
Well, again, that's a decision for Nigerians. I would say on my own part, personally, I'm glad it wasn't postponed. I think people were anxious to exercise their vote and express their voice, and that expression is important, especially with gubernatorial elections coming up quickly. So imperfect as this may be, we'll all be watching carefully. At the end of the day, Nigerians will need to decide whether these elections were credible in the sense that they captured the will of the people. We'll all be watching the results as they come in. The sooner they come in, the more transparently they come in, the better, obviously. But what we can say, what we do know, is that Nigerians are hungry for democracy, they're hungry to vote, they're willing to stand in line, and they deserve an administration and an oversight that I think is worthy of that.
Right. Now, the world is watching, but more importantly, Africa is watching. On a slightly more positive note, I'd love to know What do you feel that other African democracies can learn from the exercise that we've just witnessed here in Nigeria? There must be some positive takeaways.
Oh, very much. So, again, the hunger to vote, that people want to vote. I think also the lessons around planning and planning for contingencies. We have cash shortages and fuel shortages, obviously. You really have to plan well in advance. And again, I keep coming back to it, but I think doing stress tests and test runs and making sure that you go through practice runs before you ever go live in public with voting. I think Nigeria can certainly provide lessons for other African democracies.
And Ambassador Green, you've mentioned the gubernatorial elections is coming up in about 12 days. Can if we were to have this conversation with you in 13 days' time after the gubernatorial election, do you think there's enough time for improvements to be made?
Oh, there are always opportunities for improvements, and clearly some of the statements that we've heard from INEC and others suggest a recognition of changes that need to be made, organization and papers and opening of polls. So it's never too late. So we're all looking forward to learning lessons and moving forward.
Before the February 25th election, INEC had the opportunity of carrying out the mock accreditation. And most of the issues that were raised and recommendations that were made, it doesn't look as though, first of all, the issues that were raised were truly addressed and that the recommendations were followed through. Would you suggest that more mock accreditation exercises be done maybe way before the election is supposed to happen, and more frequency?
Yes, certainly, and that even goes back to some of the recommendations that were made in the pre-election assessment. Look, Nigeria is a big country. It's a complex country. It has a wide range in its geography and such. So, yes, I think advanced testing, as you put it, mock accreditation, I think that's a wise idea.
All right. In your release, you made reference, of course, to the much celebrated reforms of the Electoral Act 2022. Now that you've experienced the nuances of a Nigerian election, a beautiful document, I believe we all agree. Is it achievable in any reasonable, foreseeable future?
Oh, most definitely. It requires the dedication, obviously, of officials and the people. So I'll give you one real strong sign of optimism. Who administered on the local level so many of the elections were young people. We were impressed with some of the young people and their resourcefulness. You made some reference to in places where there were insufficient supplies or tables, how hard they worked to make sure that there was an opportunity to vote. I think that's a real sign of optimism. I think another reason for optimism, when I looked at the long lines that we saw in some places when the polls opened late or when the materials were a little bit late in coming, nobody left. And people stood there in an orderly fashion and talked about the importance of voting and made it clear. So I think there are lots of reasons for optimism, and the will of the people of Nigeria is strong and vibrant. So I do believe that they will continue to bring about these reforms, other lessons that we're all learning. So I think democracy in Nigeria is definitely moving in the right direction.
Ambassador Green, speaking of moving in certain directions, we're in the digital age. We've got central banks around the world that are looking at, central bank digitized, currencies, CBDCs, and you've got Bitcoin, you've got cryptocurrencies. Electronic voting. Now, of course, the Nigerian Constitution doesn't allow for that. We had a special report looking at voting with the possibility of voting with mobile phones. We talked to INEC about it, and individuals in the private sector, they all said we're not quite ready for that yet. What's the future of voting looking like to you, Ambassador Green? And can technology play a role? If we're having this conversation with you 30, 40 years from now, what does voting look like? Can technology ease the process based on your observation?
Sure. First off, I'm like those in the private sector that you spoke to. I don't think we're quite there yet, but most definitely we are well into the digital age. We're into the virtual age, and so I think that there are lots of ways that we can better harness technology technology done right breaks down distances in a country, again, as big and as diverse as Nigeria is. Technology will be our friend as we continue to move forward. I think it will also be helpful with such things as absentee voting, and which is one of the recommendations that we make, is to take a look at beginning to develop absentee voting. But all of those are made more possible with technology. We all recognize there are dangers in technology and we need cybersecurity, absolutely. But there's no turning back. We're increasingly in a digital age, and I think digital democracy will be an important part of the future.
Welcome back. You're watching a special edition of Arise News as we continue to assess the developments around Nigeria's 2023 presidential and legislative elections. I'm Charles Nicol.
And I am Adesua Omorwan.
And we have received a letter from President Obasanjo, Nigeria's former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, in which he's been analyzing the latest developments around the issues emerging from this ballot, and also chipping in to give his suggestions and his assessment of the best way forward. We're preparing a proper graphic of that letter, which we will put up on the screen as soon as it's ready. But in synopsis, he suggested that INEC officials at the operational level have been allegedly compromised to make what should have worked not work, and to revert to manual transmission of results, which he says have been manipulated and the results doctored. He said that the chairman of INEC might claim ignorance, but he can't fold his hands and do nothing when he knows that the election process has been corrupted, and most of the results that are brought outside Beavers and the server are not a true reflection of the will of Nigerians. He warned that tension is building and called on President Buhari to cancel all elections that do not pass the credibility and transparency test. He suggested many of those, moving those elections to March the 4th, those elections that he mentioned were disrupted, and that the Beavers and the server officials be changed.
Indeed, Charles. There's been another letter as well from a former head of state, who is also the head of the Peace Committee, Abdulsalami Abubakar. In that letter, he is also calling for peace and calm. However, particularly in paragraph 7, which I find interesting, Charles, he says INEC can take all the time it requires to ensure that it delivers results that inspire the confidence of the Nigerian people and meet time-tested international standards.
Very interesting indeed. And you can see that this is not just a sort of sideline, sort of a side crisis. It's now taking center stage. Let's bring in Arise analysts who are with us. Dr. Constant Ikoku is with us in the studio, and in our overflow offsite studio is Arise legal analyst Chinwe Izebu. Let's come to you first, Constant Ikoku. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. This crisis now clearly deepening. Letters from President Obasanjo, Abdulsalami Abubakar, President Obasanjo pointedly calling for the elections to be cancelled, or at least the places where they were disrupted. What do you make of it?
I mean, Charles, it's been a remarkable few days, astonishing occurrences from different parts of the country, and there have been heightened levels of agitation. And between yesterday and today, I think many Nigerians are now beginning to make the effort to de-escalate the tension, because it's very important that people do not start to go out on the streets to begin protests, and then you lose, you lose control, and then the country comes to a grind. This is a very important election, as we have seen. The whole world is watching, Nigerians are watching. But these two letters from these two former heads of states, in fact, Obasanjo, we know he always writes letters. He follows everything that happens, he's very active, he speaks out, very vocal. But Abdulsalami Abubakar, it hasn't been very vocal in terms of writing letters and making comments when there is election. So this is significant that these two men are coming out and speaking out after the elections. And I think one of the reasons why they are speaking out is that they want the country to remain together. They want a united Nigeria. No one wants the country to implode. Because if that happens, where are you going to put other people in this country? We are more than 60% of West Africa. So when people begin to move out, what are you going to? You cannot handle it. So it is critical that Nigeria is able to manage itself. But the letters are very, very strong. They came out saying categorically that there are problems that need to be addressed by the INEC chairman. Yesterday, when the INEC chairman addressed the press, he sort of pretended that nothing was happening. He went on to say, we'll continue with the collation of results. But today, in the morning today, he did similar, but in the evening, he began to say, okay, we will look into the grievances. I think, of course, maybe people have begun to speak to him to say, sir, you must do something. This is about legacy. It's not only about, the elections. You want to leave a legacy after a couple of elections that you have organized. So this is significant that we are having letters from these two former heads of state. And I want to, sort of look at them. So for instance, Abdul Salami, he mentioned strongly, he used the word, he said, INEC must start and escalate investigations wherever, people are complaining. But he also commended, from the beginning, commended Nigerians for coming out. The turnout has been massive. Okay, so if people have turned out to vote, you cannot discountenance that. You cannot disenfranchise them. So you must do something about it. He mentioned voter suppression, which it seems has been happening across the country. He talked about inducement of voters, deliberate frustrations, challenges with equipment. He laid it all out there. And then to Obasanjo also mentioned about legacy. He spoke directly to President Muhammadu Buhari. This is about what you leave behind you when you get out of office. So do you want that? Do you want to be remembered as the president who handed us down a good election or not? So these are my general thoughts for now.
Indeed. I mean, what are the odds, Constance, no pun intended, that these two former heads of state and former presidents have things that are constant in their letters? They're calling for calm and peace. They identify problems and pull for solutions. But how significant are these letters to occurrence on ground? Do you think anybody's going to even heed these letters? Like you said, former President Olusegun Obasanjo is a serial letter writer.
It did. Let me tell you something. So on the eve of the election, I was talking to a taxi man, and he told me he lives in Suleja. Suleja, for those who don't know Abuja, is outskirts of Abuja, so it's a bit of a distance. So he told me he registered to vote inside Abuja. He will not go home. He will keep cycling and working throughout the night and then find somewhere to sit down and sleep in his car because he really wanted to vote. There are so many Nigerians like this taxi man. And I think people like Abubakar, former President Abubakar, and former President Obasanjo, they are looking at this and seeing that Nigerians are taking this election seriously. They are saying that we want a new country. We want the country to chart a new path. We want the country to go in a new direction. So we cannot let them down. These people have nowhere else to go. Of course, there is the middle class who have the funds and the wherewithal to live if they want. Majority of Nigerians cannot leave this country. They are stuck here. So I think that is one of the reasons why these presidents are talking. And then, of course, the past 8 years has been very difficult. Everybody acknowledges that for Nigerians. So this is an opportunity to turn a new leaf. And I think that's why they're coming out very strong.
Well, those are very good points. And just to remind our viewers that as soon as we get the INEC people at the Collation Center back up again, assuming they're going to come back, we will take you live to that. But let's take you to our off-site studio where Arise Legal analyst Chinwe Izebu is waiting to talk to us. Thank you very much indeed, Chinwe, for joining us. Good to see you again. You might have heard us talking about those seminal letters that have just come from former presidents Obasanjo and former head of state Abdul Salami Abubakar weighing in on this evolving crisis now over beavers and the uploading of results from polling units. How much weight do you think will be given to these interventions from these two former heads of state? Because President Obasanjo is already saying that he's been speaking to President Buhari about this. What is your assessment of what the likely reaction is going to be?
Thank you very much, Charles and Adesua. This has been one of the most controversial elections we have had in recent times. I'm very pleased that the two former presidents have weighed in on this occasion, because there's been a lot of tension in the polity, and it's very concerning. More particularly, I know that there are no statutory requirements for the INEC chairman to give reasons or give explanations under the Electoral Act as to how the results were arrived at. But having said that, the two former presidents have spoken, and their words have persuasive effect, if not legally binding. And I will be very much obliged if the chairman of INEC would give due consideration to those letters from the esteemed former presidents of Nigeria. Also, under Section 14 of the Nigerian Constitution, we all know that sovereignty belongs to all people, belongs to Nigerian citizens, from whom the governmental agencies draw their powers and authority. So when we look at the huge number of people who turned out to vote, it would be most unfair, and it would be a great injustice to disenfranchise these Nigerian citizens who have come out in hundreds, thousands to vote. So I would be very, very grateful if the chairman of INEC gives due regard to Section 47, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act, which has already made provisions for technical hitches, because we are aware that there were technical hitches in uploading the results onto the portal system. And if that were the case, that there were technological problems, then I think the INEC chairman would have an obligation to all Nigerian citizens and give reasons as to why these results were being questioned. More particularly, I believe that jurisprudence says that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. When we have, even though there are no judges here, when we have the electoral chairman giving us reasons or giving us results of the election, and we don't know whether how those results were arrived at, there are no electronic transmission as that were perfectly in order as we understand, then I think the INEC chairman owes the Nigerian Federation a duty of care, duty to explain, to give reasons as to how the transmission was done from the polling unit to the collation center. there must be no discrepancy between the results at the polling station and the certificate of return. These are very, 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 very important and significant matters. Since I was called to the bar in 1986, Nigerian Bar Association, I have never, ever experienced this sort of tension during elections. And I think people are justified and right to be very concerned. And we all want our votes to count and to ensure that those votes have been duly accredited and verified accordingly. Thanks, Charles.
Chinwe, let me stay with you because you know the law. And, looking at these two letters, another thing that is constant between them is the notion that INEC should not be in a hurry. There's no need to hurry up announcement of results when there are problems. General Abdulsalami Abubakar said it. Olusegun Obasanjo, former president, also said it. But let me ask you, Chinwe, you know the law. Is there anything against the law? Should this collation be stopped for these investigations to be escalated and the problems, like former President Olusegun Obasanjo said, right the wrongs? Is there anything against the law? Should INEC take that position to say, we are hosting this collation at this point to investigate these problems and come back? Would they be racing against time, against the law?
The Electoral Act gives wide discretionary powers to the chairman of INEC, and he alone can call the shots under the Electoral Act. If he does require further evidence, then it is in his discretion to call for such further evidence from all polling units. That may well take a while, but I think the delay is well worth it. Delay is not denied, so I think it's very worth it, and it will be in the interest of justice, equity, and fairness for that to be done. It doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as we arrive at the correct decision at the end of the day.
And let me come to you, Dr. Ikoku. Because this innovation, the actual innovation in this election, which a lot of people, you've talked about this yourself in the past, the innovation was supposed to be this immediate upload of the results to the central server. And this delay, all these stories around it, it's essentially poured oil on this fire, hasn't it? With rumors of foul play in a country that has a history of vote rigging and vote buying.
You're very correct, Charles. So one of the reasons that we were sold this technology is that to a large extent, it will cut down instances of manipulation or people doing what they shouldn't be doing. And people believed it. INEC assured everybody that this is going to be a well-organized election, and they always use the word rest assured we will do our best to deliver a fantastic election to Nigerians. But we are seeing otherwise, not in all states, but in some states. Again, this has to do with human elements or human errors, or maybe not errors. Some people think that it's deliberate. And I think that Nigeria is changing. But some people are not seeing the change. They want to remain in the past. They want to keep doing things the old way.
It's a very significant point.
So this is like the kick of a dying horse or dying horses. And the people that want to move the vehicle faster are fighting and saying, this is the last chance, it's not going to continue. So people that are used to cheating, gaming the system, insisting that we must continue that way. And a lot of Nigerians are saying no, and this is why you're seeing letters from two former heads of states. Maybe, these people are old, President Obasanjo and the other president, they are old people. Maybe they are looking at, what can we give to Nigerians before we pass away? An egalitarian society. Look, you cannot have peace and stability without fair play. You want to have a country that prospers? You want to have a country that functions? You need to have fair play. You need to have justice. If you don't do that, you cannot progress as a country. So you have to build a country based on the belief that people matter. The days of, you look at people and you have very condescending treatment of Nigerians as public officers. You're supposed to go to public office to serve. You're not there to serve yourself. And the people that you're serving, it doesn't matter if they're the middle class or the bottom class and they don't have money. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you ask them to put you there as an officer. You have no right not to take into account what they are saying, their observations. You have no right not to do so. So I think that's why we're seeing this letter. And like I said before, Nigeria is changing. We don't know if it's going to be able to push through in this election, but it's looking like, if not completely, maybe it will get somewhere.
Okay, and just to say, Adeshua, that I can't see how President Buhari, who is looking out for his legacy, would completely ignore all of this. I expect that there will be some reaction from him at some point soon.
Indeed, and it should be soon, because we've heard him speak repeatedly on home soil and on the international scene. When we went to D.C. Last December at the International Peace Institute, he gave a speech and talked about the same legacy. At that point, he said to the international community at the Peace Center in D.C. that he had given INEC all it needed to execute and prosecute credible elections, and that they had no excuse whatsoever. When he went to UNGA, the United Nations General Assembly, earlier in the year, last quarter of last year, he made that profound speech about credible elections on the continent of Africa, especially at a time when we are seeing rising coups in the south region of Africa. So he has to make something. He has to say something at this point.
That's a very good point. And let's bring you that piece of news that we've been analyzing. Our analysts, Arise News analyst Dr. Constance Ikoku and Chinwe Izebu, our legal analysts, have been chewing over those letters from former President Olusegun Obasanjo, as well as former Head of State Abdul Salami Abubakar. President Obasanjo recommending that all elections that do not pass credibility and transparency should be cancelled. He's written an open letter to President Muhammadu Buhari. In it, he says, where beavers and servers have been manipulated, those ballots must be declared void. In his words, quote, "It is no secret that INEC officials at the operational level have been allegedly compromised to make what should have worked not work, and to revert to the manual transmission of results which is manipulated and the results doctored."
Indeed. Well, the chairman of INEC may claim ignorance, the letter says, but he cannot fold his hands and do nothing when he knows that the election process has been corrupted, and most of the results that are brought outside beavers and server are not true reflections of the will of Nigerians who have made their individual choice. At this stage, we do not need wittingly or unwittingly to set this country on fire with the greed, irresponsibility, and the unpatriotic act of those who allegedly gave money to INEC officials for perversion and those who collected the blood money. They went on to say, quote, "Your Excellency, President Muhammad Buhari, tension is building, and please let all elections that do not pass the credibility and transparency test be cancelled and be brought back, with areas where elections were disrupted for next Saturday, March 4th, 2023, and beavers and server officials be changed. To know which stations or polling units were manipulated, let a committee of INEC staff and representatives of the 4 major political parties with the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association look into what must be done to have hitch-free elections next Saturday," end quote.
And he appeals to Nigerians to be patient until what he says is the wrong is righted. So a very powerful letter indeed. And let's come back to you. Let's go to Chinwe Izebu, who is in our off-site studio. Chinwe, a very powerful reminder of the fact that people are watching what is happening in this country very, very closely. I am assuming that part of the reason, beyond expressing deep concern, and obviously being driven by developments in Nigeria. One of the reasons these two heads of state are talking about this is because the international community are watching this very closely. And former head of state Abdul Salami Abubakar said so much in his own letter.
Yes, Charles, thank you. Nigeria, as you know, Charles, is the largest democracy in Africa. So the international community, they are all watching us. We are all very much in the spotlight at this moment. So it is absolutely vital that we get it right. And if we are not able to arrive at credible election results at this stage, then in accordance with the former president's letter, Olusegun Obasanjo's letter, and Abubakar, I would strongly recommend that the election results be suspended, and in the interim, another election dates are fixed, possibly Saturday, 4th of March, as the highly esteemed former President Olusegun Obasanjo has suggested.
So, Ikoku, back to you. I mean, like you said, former President Obasanjo is even suggesting a date for the cancellation, for the rescheduling of the elections that should be cancelled. But there's a difference in what he has said and what we've seen with some of the major opposition political parties today. While the PDP and Labour Party are calling for total cancellation of the polls, former President Obasanjo is saying cancel those elections where Beavers and the IREP did not upload results. What do you make of, those two calls? Should we cancel the entire election, or should we go with President Obasanjo, who says just those areas that were affected?
I would imagine that there are frantic calls going on in Nigeria now between parties, between current leaders, between former leaders, trying to manage this unprecedented situation. And yes, during the National Collation Center today, there were so many complaints from different parties, and thankfully Professor Mahmoud Yakubu today gave them ears and listened to everybody, and they made those suggestions. I think, as the former presidents have said, INEC can investigate what's going on. It is possible that the disruptions didn't happen in all the states. It happened in some, it didn't happen in others. So have an investigation, first of all, within the INEC team, and find out where do we have serious problems, and then where we have the discrepancies as well. And then you can, sort of manage it. And those places where it looks like it's totally a sham, then you might have to take the advice of former President Olusegun Obasanjo and fix new elections for next Saturday. Completely canceling the whole election, I don't know if that would work. It depends. I don't think all the elections were a complete sham. I think problems were in some parts of the country.
Well, let's bring you in, Chinwe, because it would be good to get your take on what we were just discussing right now. At least two of the main front-runner parties, the PDP and Labour, are calling for these elections to be cancelled completely. What is your reaction to what they're saying? Do you think that from a legal point of view, that is something that is feasible and perhaps the best way forward? Or would you align with President Obasanjo, who is suggesting that there should be some selection in the cancellation of the elections?
Well, where there were hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, where there were technological hitches, the polling units, where there were technological hitches, I would suggest that those polling units be reconsidered for a new election on the 4th of March, as the former president suggested. To cancel the entire election would be highly expensive, and Nigeria is still going through a lot of economic hardship. It would not be in the interest of our economy to invest yet again billions of naira to start polling and start elections all over again. Having said that, Charles and Adesua, Section 47, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act actually empowers the INEC chairman to cancel election results where there were disruptions or where there were technological hitches, as we have in some polling units. And I think that the INEC chairman may well refer to that empowering Section 47, subsection 3, to enable him to cancel results of elections where those polling units they were not accurate, or they were not credible, or there were disruptions. As many people have reported, there were quite a few problems in uploading the results onto the portal. So that, for example, could be an area where the INEC chairman may well need to look at again. And even if not to cancel even if not to cancel the entire election, but to cancel those polling units where we have had difficulties and challenges. Charles.
Okay, thank you. You're going to take us to Yanagua then?
Indeed. Well, hold your thoughts, guys. Dr. Koku and Shin will be right back. Let's cross like Yanagua, the Bayelsa State capital, where right correspondent Uvetime George is standing by to give us an update. Hello, Uvetime. What's happening where you are?
Thanks, Adesua and Charles. Well, after the postponement of 141 polling units in 4 wards in Yanagua local government area, they all returned to the units and performed their civic duties yesterday, being Sunday, and in the evening, results started coming in. First to be taken was Kolokuma local government area yesterday, and then Nembe, but Nembe proved a very naughty issue to crack. It rolled on, and then there was a recess to reconvene at 11 yesterday. We reconvened, and it was postponed to today. Again, it proved a very naughty issue to crack with irreconcilable figures, and so other local government areas were taken. Ekeremo local government area, Ogbuya local government area, and Sagbama. And much later, eventually, Nembe, with the decision here that perhaps it could be decided in Abuja because of the dissenting voices amongst the chairmen and representatives of the various political parties. But that's the situation now. Results have come in for 5 local government areas, while we await that of Brass, Yenagoa, and the littoral local government area of Southern Ijo. That's the situation at this one.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Obiateme. And whilst we're with you, I wonder if you might weigh in. I don't know if you've heard some of the issues around this election now that are starting to percolate to the surface. Lots of issues, questions, people calling for these elections to be cancelled. 2 former heads of state weighing in and supporting calls for at least an important investigation and a review of this ballot to take place. Are people reacting to any of that at all where you are?
Well, Charles, it is now a national issue. It's the subject of small talk when few persons converge or gather talking about the outcome of the presidential elections. But it is also understandable with the fact that this is at the state level, while that is at the national level. So when the results are completely announced, perhaps people will begin to talk about that. Of course, you mentioned 2 former heads of state or president weighing in. So that's how it stands for now. But the good thing about Bayelsa is the people seem to understand the fact that it is quite crucial, and the fact also that there's brotherliness. But I know along party lines, there will be dissenting voices about the recent development at the INEC Collation Center in Abuja. But that's just how it stands for now. People are a bit concentrating on the 3 local government areas that are yet to be announced, figures here and there, but it is also pertinent to wait for the Independent National Electoral Commission to do its job down here. But I tell you, like you mentioned earlier, it is a subject of controversy, where people will begin to react after the 3 local government areas are mentioned in Yenagoa. Charles.
Okay, Obiateme, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. Obiateme George is talking to us from Yenagoa there, the Bayelsa state capital, and it looks like we're going to be going back imminently to INEC, the National Collation Center, because they're continuing regardless.
You know, I raised this issue that the fight that caused by the major opposition political parties and others who have walked out, staged the walkout, and then these letters, INEC may likely proceed with this collation of results. There are diverse views already, Charles. You hear a situation where some civil society organizations say the fact that BVAS didn't work or is not uploading as it should be doesn't invalidate the results that are being declared here. You know, however, the political parties are saying that the figures don't tally.
Okay. Let me say a very quick goodbye to you, Constance, Dr. Constance Ikugwan. Of course, Chinwe is over there. Thank you very much indeed. And let's take you straight away back to the National Collation Center.
211. 1211. Total valid votes 920,531. 920531. Total rejected votes 34,274. 34274. Total vote cast 954,805 votes. 954805. So the result as presented.
Okay, thank you very much, Scope. Any reports of cancellations or places where elections were not held?
Yes.
The numbers and the reasons?
There was some cancellation in 20 local government areas, 41 RA, 50 PUs, and it is as a total number of cancel vote 52,846, 52846, and it is as a result of overvoting and malfunctioning of BMAS.
Okay. Any comments? Any suggestions? Yes, there's a hand there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When some party officials walked out, I stayed back not because I want to endorse the process that's ongoing. I stand back in protest with the continuous process. I will explain. During the last session, I pointed you, sir, to section 64, and I'd like us to treat that. 64, subsection 4, A and B. You said you were going to address it. You didn't say a word about it. We can't continue like this. If the process says the results must have been uploaded before they are presented here, why aren't we following that? Recall, when it was time for us to upload agent on the portal, you followed the law strictly. When it was time for us to do all the process as stipulated in the Electoral Act, you followed this strictly. Now my question is, because I speak for my party, the African Action Congress, I can't understand why we're not addressing something as serious as that. People are completely upset. My party members cannot understand why this has continued. Please, Mr. Chairman, why is the Electoral Act not being followed during this process? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Remember what I said at that time, and recall what some other party leaders also said, or party agents said. They referred to that section of the law and also referred to the section of law that empowers the Commission to review. And we are going to review on the basis of the complaints that we received from you, which at present we have not received, of discrepancy between what is here and what your agents brought from the field. This will be done. So please, if you have any observations, any comments, or any discrepancies, please point this out. Tomorrow I will speak on the issue of the IREV. Right now our engineers are working on that to upload what remains to be uploaded on the portal. I will speak to it. Any other comment? Any other comment? Okay. So thank you very much. Scope, can you please bring the results so that... Thank you. Did they use the continuation in addition to? Okay. Can you sign in the stamp? Okay. What about EC40G? Oh, here. Okay. Same. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Next is Adamawa. Is Adamawa ready? Adamawa. Okay, Rick, please introduce yourself and let the scope introduce himself and present the results.
I am Barrister Hood Yunus Ari, MNI, the resident area health commissioner for Adamawa State.
My name is Professor Mohammed Laminu Mele, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, University of Maiduguri. I am the collation officer for the presidential election of 25th February for Adamawa State. So I hereby present the results. Adamawa State has 21 local government areas. with a total number of registered voters of 2,196,566. 2,196,566. Total number of accredited voters 764,834. 764,834. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. A, 654. 654. AA, 536. 536. AAC, 646. 646. ADC, 3,398. 3,398. ADP, 1,906. 1906. APC, 182,881. 182,881. APGA, 887. 887. APM, 650. 650. APP, 372. 372. BP, 522. 522. LP, 105,648. 105,648. NNPP, 8,006. 8006. NRM, 1,563. 1563. PDP, 417,611. 417,611. PRP, 701. 701. SDP, 1,944. 1944. YPP, 958. 958. ZLP, 2,257. 2257. Total number of valid votes 731, 140. 731, 140. Total number of rejected votes 30,481. 30481. Total votes cast 761,623. 21 761 621. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any parents where elections did not hold or the result cancelled?
Yes. Total number of cancelled votes 23,097. They were cancelled in about 33 polling units across 13 local government areas. And most of the reasons are overvoting. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, any questions? Any observation? Okay, thank you very much. Please submit your results. Thank you, Adama. Great. Just pass it over. Okay, can you sign? Just as you did for this one. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the next state is Katsina. Katsina State. Sarak, introduce yourself, let the scope introduce himself, and he presents the result.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Yahya Makarafi Ibrahim, and I'm the Resident Electoral Commissioner, Katsina State.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Maazu Abakar Gusau, Vice Chancellor, Federal University Gusau, and I'm at the State Collation Officer as scope for Katsina State. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, the result for the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 in Katsina State are as follows. Total number of registered voters 3516719. 3516719. Total number of accredited voters 1097663. 1097663. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 255, 255. AA, 523, 523. AAC, 234, 234. ADC, 1405, 1405. ADP, 1798, 1798. APC, 482, 283, 482, 283. ABGA, 1391, 1391. APM, 603, 603. APP, 269, 269. BP, 327, 327. LP, 6376, 6376. NNPP, 69386, 69386. NRM, 1053, 1053. PDP, 489045, 489045. PRP, 1986, 1986. SDP, 339, 339. YPP, 1029, 1029. ZLP, 371, 371. Total valid vote, 10,58673, 10,58673. Rejected vote, 32514, 32514. Total vote cast, 10911187, 10911187. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Scott. Are there polling units where elections did not hold or cancelled?
Yes, sir. there are 18 local governments where were affected, and REs affected, 95 PUs, and 51421 registered voters in total.
Do you have the breakdown by PBCs collected?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many?
44944.
44944. Okay, thank you very much. Party agents, any comments? Okay, please come forward to submit your report. Okay, let me. Okay, can you sign in the stamp? Inside the stamp. Sign. Okay, Nasarawa State is around, but will require a few minutes with the collation secretariat. So we take Nasarawa and then see if there are other states. We either take a break and come back, or if there are no other states, then we may reschedule for tomorrow and continue. So Nasarawa, please, collation secretariat, be fast so that we can take Nasarawa and any other state that comes. Thank you.
Watching live the 2023 general election, National Collation Center, live from Abuja here. A number of states have been announced while INEC awaits the results from Nasarawa State. In the meantime, let's quickly bring in our guests, but before that, let's just tell you that 2 days after polls closed in Africa's largest democracy, votes are still being counted, and Nigeria still awaits her next president. Electoral body INEC has announced presidential results from 10 states so far. The biggest upset is perhaps from Lagos, where Labour Party's Peter Obi claims victory in a traditionally APC stronghold. His closest competitor, Bola Tinubu, a former Lagos State governor, came second. We'll have more on the results announced today in a minute.
Well, John knows now to make sense of happenings we have seen so far. And our special coverage is Dr. Sam Amadi. Good to see you and thanks for your time. This is a moment Nigerians and the world have been waiting for. But again, let's start from the breaking story. Nigeria's former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, has written and expressed his feelings and concerns about this poll. You've seen that press release by Nigeria's former president. Let's listen and then we'll come back to you and make sense of what that is about.
Absolutely.
No secret that INEC officials at operational level have been allegedly compromised to make what should have worked not work and to revert to manual transmission of results, which is manipulated and the results doctored. The chairman of INEC may claim ignorance, but he cannot fold his hands and do nothing when he knows that election process has been corrupted and most of the results that are brought out outside divers and server are not true reflection of the will of Nigerians who have made their individual choice. At this stage, we do not need wittingly or wittingly to set this country on fire with the greed, irresponsibility, and unpatriotic act of those who allegedly gave money to INEC officials for perversion and those who collected the blood money. Let me appeal to the chairman of INEC, if his hands are clean, to save Nigeria from the looming danger and disaster which is just waiting to happen. If the chairman can postpone elections 4 days to the election 4 years ago, he can do everything to rectify the errors of the last 2 days.
Responded calling that Obasanjo's mischief and hypocrisy on display again. Dr. Amadi.
Yeah. I think, look, I'm a critic of Obasanjo. President Obasanjo, former General Obasanjo, until Obasanjo retired. But I think he has provided for us the clearest path. Recall that on the night of this election, I did say that this was the lowest. I mean, it was a disaster that
INEC could not upload the election. The heart of the electoral reform was the electoral transmission. And by the way, let's clear one point. The argument of INEC, the chairman, is a lame one. Look, Section 60 says you have to transmit election in the mode INEC has determined. The debate was whether to say it must be electronic or not. The National Assembly, in its wisdom, considering certain disparity on technology penetration and all that, says INEC would determine the mode. INEC makes a guideline, clause 38, saying the mode we have chosen. I'm a student of administrative law, I teach administrative law, and I studied at the best place in the world. When a regulator is given power to choose a mode, and you chose the mode, you are bound, no more discretion. By a guideline, which is a law, INEC says the mode we have chosen, since the National Assembly has delegated to us the responsibility to choose a mode, which is the best because of expertise, we have chosen mode A. INEC has no more discretion. And so, Festus Kiyamo is absolutely wrong. There's no discretion. So, what I'm supposed to say is this election has been compromised in many ways. Instead of saying cancel everything, the Electoral Act provides a window which says INEC has the powers to nullify elections in areas where there are either violence, irregularity, or whatever. So, two ways to look at it. When Gino Melaya says, Mr. Chairman, there's a problem. The thing with INEC is that, and I've said for over 4 years, INEC doesn't act like a regulator. A regulator has administrative adjudication. They should have first looked at this election, settle the facts, do an inquiry. All these various places alleged, governors, this like Rivers, when Wike was alleged to have done all kinds of things, results cancelled. INEC will make a finding of fact. That finding of fact is what INEC will use now to clarify the fact. So XYZ places cancelled the run. By the time they sort those facts out, then they make the decision and go ahead and declare winner based on those inquiries, those administrative clarity. That's what proposal says, rectification. So when you do that, the courts will now review a decision if someone goes to court on the basis of law. You don't expect the court to be the one who will sit and see all these 774 local governments where there are messy facts and the court. That's not the judicial function. So what INEC should do is to borrow from President Obasanjo's advisory and say, even if they continue with the collection, as soon as they finish, no announcement of anything, constitute within the INEC board, and Obasanjo gives also a help, so incorporate, fairly independent parties. Yeah. Review with the parties
like
themselves
the Bar Association.
And review everything. And then you now say, look, this will order a run for these areas where there are clear irregularities. The most important thing is not declare a winner, and that's just the pro-Nigerian problem. If you look at what happened in Mali, all around us, elections has been the major destroyer of democratic stability because of winner takes all. So don't say that is almost criminal to say we declare, go to court. Courts are not designed to deal with election in terms of when you don't do no voting in Obiabo, for example, where my brother lives. 500, a particular booth, 500 people, no election happened. In my local government in Gopala, or Hekelem, for example, 5 people units, 3 no election. No, the next door, 2 no election.
But the point needs to be
those are
made.
not what a court will determine.
Yes.
It's what you will determine.
The point needs to be made very clearly that former President Olusegun Obasanjo is not calling for an outright cancellation of the election. He's saying in the places where there are question marks, big question marks, there is a need for a rerun. Now, but is it not too early to be asking for that? 30, 10, or 11 states, have been announced.
No, it's not too early or late. No, look at it's actually almost getting late.
Okay.
Before you start announcement, if INEC had the structural, the regulatory process, as soon as elections are happening, and you're getting facts filed by the parties, complaints. I'll give you an example. In what happened in 2000, George Bush and Al Gore, okay?
Right.
Bush, Al Gore.
In Florida.
In Florida. Secretary of State Harris had to make a determination, administrative determination, which is like INEC, to say, after a determination, the election was done for 2 days. They had to go through administrative hearing, and she finally decides, I accept this child balance, and few votes. I make a call for Bush. It's then, like so much, they went to court, Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, we have found that decision. But the missing link here is that finding of fact. What happened? You have to do that before you call the results.
What happened as to the question of why were you not able to upload on the IREF?
First, what happened? Two things. One is, what happened with those areas elections allegedly didn't vote? What happened with areas elections suppressed where governors, altered? And then what happened
allegedly?
With IREF? Allegedly suppressed. And what happened with where IREF people disputed results now? So you make those findings, you clarify that. Then if that's what the Electoral Act says, you can, in the past, the Electoral Act does not give INEC the power to even second guess the return officers. It now says INEC can. In 2019, when Governor Senator Urocha Sokorocha allegedly was alleged to have used at gunpoint to write his own result, people in INEC advised INEC, say, no, let them go to court. Wash our hand. We say, no. A man who delegates a function to somebody has a right to countermand that function if it's not done properly. Now, the Electoral Act has solved the problem. It says, you INEC still have the right to cancel results. So what I'm saying now is that the rectification of the passenger talks about is for INEC to first sit down in this fact finding. And now he says, incorporate these independent bodies and the party themselves, agents of 4 or so parties. You see them, look at all that are submitted to you, video evidence, some of them documentary evidence. Or for example, if you go to a polling unit and people are scattered, maybe there are about 1,000, and suddenly 200 people voted. That tells you a story. That vote is not credible. You do a new election.
I think that said, but we must also go back to the president, because clearly he made allegations, weighty allegations,
very weighty allegations,
and
yes.
Corruption,
yes, and he was emphatic about these.
Not mincing any words at all.
Talking about compromise from the INEC chairman specifically and some officers, from no other than Nigeria's former president, and some think that
it's too weighty. I agree with you.
Yes.
And what about presidents, including serving all the time? They have intel that's not available to all of us. So I cannot say here. All I'm going to talk about is what I know based on process and law. The president who is not a flippant fellow, the president who has towering reputation, to come on air and says corruption, I want to trust that he has his facts. Now that further reinforces the need for carefulness. I'm even talking about irregularity of fundamental nature. In the EU, I listened to on Arise, the US diplomat who was one of the observers, and he made very clear issues, but they understand this issue around administrative clarity. You can't just run an election without acting as administrator, fair, balanced, impartial. But what the person is adding is a second dimension of the crisis, which is, apart from this fundamental flaw, by the way, arguably as a lawyer I can tell you, the court can cancel this election for it's a fundamental failure that he did not upload the election when Section 30 and clause 38 makes it a criminal action for a polling officer not to upload. But beyond that, it's a corruption question which has now put on the table. And that's why some of us are saying that should be a thorough audit of INEC, irrespective of, you see, process is no better than outcome. Process is what gives legitimacy
to the outcome.
With election.
Absolutely.
It's only 4 years.
But when Dele Alake of the APC Presidential Campaign Council says, look, after all, Tinubu lost in Lagos, that in itself, as far as they're concerned, is an indication or indicative of the fact that
it's
this
fair.
was, that's fair.
Okay, let's
it's
put it. It's a quid pro quo. Tinubu lost in Lagos, so that redeems the flawed procedure. Assuming Tinubu lost unfairly, assuming there were errors in, why should Tinubu lose Lagos if it was not fair? Why should Obi or Atiku win? The point here is, elections are not about who wins. The design of election is to confer legitimacy on governance. So if elections are flawed, even by miracle we appoint bishops and imams to select for us the leader, and by rigged process the God's angel, there will be stability. The idea of the election is simple. Fix the problem. So if we won, Tinubu lost, and by the way,
Chairman, not once, not twice, speak of overvoting. It then means, because first you have to come before BVS. to get that authentication.
Yes.
So how did we get to overvoting if BVAS was actually used?
That's the point. So he has asked each person who comes, what are the problems of say overvoting? So that raises the question, investigation. And this can happen in less than 48 hours, less than 20 to 24 hours, even 6 hours. You need to shut down and sit with your team and go through this evidence. That's what people do everywhere in the world. If you watch election in Kenya when they had crisis, that's delayed. It is this idea that we will vote on Saturday, then we must call the election on Monday or Tuesday, and then people go to court. That's the problem. You see, we are judicializing politics, and it has its own dimension for anarchy. In Imo State, where the Supreme Court, rightly or wrongly, picked a winner. Till today, that state is ungovernable. Why? Because people feel, what the heck, who are these 5 Platonian guards sitting, great guys sitting, or 7 of them sitting somewhere in Abuja, and 10 of us are governor. So, don't say go to court. Fix the problem. And I think Obasanjo's letter provides a procedure in line with the Electoral Act and affirming the regulatory power of INEC to do this certification.
All right, Dr. Sam, we're going to get your impressions about the whole...
I know, sorry to cut you there, please, because Obasanjo clearly cannot be, seen as an impartial person in this case, because clearly Nigerians already know that Obasanjo is on the back of Peter Obi.
Sure.
And that point was made by the APC.
He was at the heart of somebody who supports a candidate. And nothing wrong about anybody, including Mr. President, who voted actually.
And displayed his...
So if the president is not acting to save the situation, we will say because he voted for Tinubu, he should keep quiet. Obasanjo is playing the role of a statesman. And by the way, if his statements were outlier, his statement is in line with EU, the European people and other observers. They are saying there are fundamental. What differs is that they don't have the right as diplomats
to make
prescribe action.
Right.
They lay out for you some of the flaws.
Okay.
I urge you to move. But Obasanjo now as a statesman, former president, who has oversized interest, stake, and sense of mission in this country. Imagine he did it under Jonathan. He wrote several letters when they thought there was crisis. Under Buhari.
So many will
this
not
is
count.
typical of Obasanjo. But what I support, like I don't do before, is that I see an intelligent process that can get us out of this incubus that Mahmoud gratuitously and recklessly plunged us in.
All right, let's talk about other issues. Let's look at the National Assembly results so far and some major upsets. Cross River Governor Ben Ayade lost his bid to represent the Cross River North Senatorial District on the platform of the APC to the PDP candidate, Jaribe Agom. Also, Enugu State Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of the PDP failed to win the contest for Enugu North senatorial seat, which Labour Party's Okeeze won. And Plateau State Governor Simon Lalong, who doubles as the Director General of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, lost his bid to represent Plateau South Senatorial District in the Senate to the PDP candidate Napoleon Bali.
Well, in Nasarawa State, APC National Chairman Adamu Abdullah also failed to deliver his Nasarawa West Senatorial District seat to the government party. The candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, Ahmed Wadada, won the senatorial seat in Nasarawa State. In addition, Benue State Governor Dr. Samuel Otong emerged one of the biggest losers of the election as Titus Zamb of APC stopped his ambition to represent Benue Northwest Senatorial District.
Okay, so let's bring you the presidential election results, starting with Lagos State. Dr. Sam, you see those figures there. APC 572,000, Labour Party 582,000. The next, of course, is the NNPP 8,442. The PDP scored 75,750. That's from Lagos State. Dr. Sam Amadi. I mean, a lot has been said about this offset, but let's continue with the numbers. We only heard not too long ago, Katsina State, APC 482,283. The Labour Party scored 6,376, while the NNPP went home with 69,386. The PDP 44-89. That's very, very thin margin. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Solai, you want to take?
Well,
okay,
there are
that's still on
and
Katsina.
that's the state of the President Buhari.
The president's home
so
state.
I'd like to say that again. I know we have to go back to Katsina State. Let's see Katsina. That's the home state of President Buhari, and you need to see the results. There you have it on your screen. And you can see the figures from the APC, 482,000. And of course, in that state, the PDP won 489,000.
By a margin of about 7,000. What does that say to you, Dr. Salam? The president's home state.
This ties in with the story around stoning. I mean, clearly, this president is not popular, despite in his hometown. He might be elsewhere. And this is really surprising because Buhari came with a magical image. It's like, in fact, it would have been in those days 1 million, okay? Everybody will vote for Buhari. So 8 years after, and it happens with presidents, expectations are not well managed, failure here and there. PDP beating him in Katsina.
I'll come back to it so that we can talk more on that because we have pretty much more.
Yes, indeed. We have Ekiti State, beginning with APC, of course, 201,494, followed by the Labour Party, 11,397, NNPP, 264, that's 264, while the PDP scored 89,554. Moving on from Ekiti State, let's take it to the next state. That's Kwara. Also, that particular state is actually in contention by the PDP. Well, the APC carried the day as far as these figures are concerned, 263,572. Labour Party, 31,166. The NNPP scored 3,141, while the PDP has 136,909. That's from Kwara State, the North Central State.
Let's see if we can get Oshun here now.
Yes.
This is Oshun State. That's a state that the APC also lost to the PDP. The PDP coming top there at 354,000. And the APC coming closely with 343,000. And you can see the Labour Party there making some kind of audacious incursion in that state, 23,000. And 713 by the NNPP.
What's the next state that we have?
We should have Ondo State.
Should have Ondo State now. Okay, let me follow what you did, Sulai, by mentioning the highest numbers first. And that, well, APC scored 369,924, followed by the PDP with 115,463, trailed by the Labour Party, 47,350. And of course, the NNPP scoring the lowest there in Ondo State with 930. Let's go to Ogun State, very good neighbor of Lagos State. 341,554. That's what the APC scored there. Not too surprising. We'll find out from Dr. Sam if he is surprised by these figures. And the PDP with 123,831. The Labour Party, Sulai, just like you said, another good showing, 85,829. Lastly, 2,200. That's what the NNPP could, muster.
Well, let's get to I come back to him because then I address why she started thinking about the NNPC.
It's the money. It's the money.
But anyway, going to Oyo State, you can see that the APC is top there with 449,000, closely followed by the PDP at 182,000. And on the third row is the Labour Party with just a little less than 100,000 at 99,000, and the NNPP with 4,095.
And Oyo State traditionally, at least right now, is actually a PDP state. PDP governor. All right, let's take you to Yobe State. APC, has 151,459. Labour Party, 2,406. That's an interesting figure from the NNPP, yes, with 190, almost 200,000, 198,567. The PDP has, 18,270 in its kitty. Let's go to the next state. That is the southeastern state of Enugu, where the Labour Party. It's what we call in this part a landslide. You could actually call it a tsunami. Not a surprising figure to anyone. The Labour Party scores 428,640, followed by the PDP with 15,749. APC could muster 4,772 in Enugu State, while the NNPP, didn't have much showing there, 1,808.
Well, Gombe State now on your screen, and what you see there is a big win for the biggest opposition, the People's Democratic Party, at 319,123. And you can see, the distant second position there is the APC at 146,977. The Labour Party didn't do badly there, 26,160, and the NNPP, surprisingly, it's 10,000. Surprisingly, because a lot of people had thought that that's another stronghold of the NNPP.
All right, let's go to Jigawa. Used to be part of the old Kano State. Jigawa State there, APC with an amazing showing of 421,390, followed by the PDP with 386,587. NNPP, 98,234, while the Labour Party, 1,889. That's the figures coming in for us. All right, let's bring it back to the studio. Dr. Sam Amadi, any surprises at all with the figures we've just reeled out? You want to begin with Lagos State? So much has been said about that already.
I think Lagos, two things really to watch out. The terrible performance of PDP in Lagos. This is in 2019. It was a little bit the APC managed to get over Lagos, look ahead of PDP. Some people thought with the vote suppressions and left in a place like Qatar, maybe PDP would have even won but here the Obi factor played big here. I mean, the Obidians will argue that they did far better, but with what they have done, push Tinubu, who saw this election, Tinubu has always held this place on a lot.
From 1999.
Even when Jonathan tried a lot with some kind of coalition, to everybody, it couldn't work. So now it has been preached. The preach has got to preach. Whether it will be enough to collapse it in March 11 is a big question.
That's the governorship election.
Exactly. They say maybe PDP should now move to the Labour. Labour position, PDP has no structure in Lagos. They just have to bang on because clearly the result doesn't show any structure in Lagos for PDP. So Lagos has now become an APC level race, no matter what happens in the rest of the election. If you look at, of course, another thing which is surprising is the other performance of NLP and Kano in the rest of the North. For the results so far, we expected that they would do better.
Yeah.
The showing is not very encouraging.
Okay, Sam Amadi, let's put you on hold very quickly. Well, let's go to the National Collation Center of INEC, where political editor and director of news, Somna Sambo, is standing by to give us the latest. Somna, you've been doing a great job. Tell us what's the latest. We've been hearing all kinds of things coming from there. There were protests earlier. There was a walkout and what have you. How has INEC really been responding to this situation? Okay, well, as soon as we can, we will bring Somna back so that he can tell us what's going on there.
Let's quickly wrap up on Lagos. Quite an interesting perspective you raised there. You spoke about the March 11 election, which is a governorship election, and you're talking about structures and perhaps maybe some kind of coalition between parties on D-Day. Speak to us more on that. You're looking at the PDP and the Labour Party?
Yes, I'm looking at the PDP and the Labour Party. My argument is that the PDP should support the Labour candidate, because one, for three reasons. First, he is a young candidate that could keep this momentum to be generated. He's young, smart, intelligent, with good profile that fits the sense of where we're going. A great professional. Again, that does not mean that Jado is not good, but essentially the profile is better. two, with this result and what happens after this, there will be a sense in which people want to take revenge again. Those who think that maybe they were denied bigger votes they wanted to, they will be more mobilized to fight. So if PDP joins with APC, Labour, and support the Labour candidate, maybe and with the Funke factor, maybe a lady, they could.
Would that be the difference?
I understand Somna is back. Somna, if you can hear us, please let us in on happenings so far at the Collation Center.
Thank you so much, Ngozi and Sulaiman. Right now we are awaiting collation from some of the states that are left. Nasarawa is being expected at the moment. The state collation officer for the presidential election is right here within the hall, and he had earlier been given about 3 to 5 minutes, but it's actually taken more than that to be able to finalize the figures that have been brought in here. But that's the state that we are all looking at the moment. And previously, we had got figures from Katsina State, Adamawa State, Jigawa State, Gombe State, and of course Lagos State, including others which we had earlier broadcast to our viewers. And of course the nation is still watching all through, and everyone is hoping that this process will continue to be hastened up. At the moment, what we are expecting is nothing other than some of these state collation officers, improving on the process of, filing their reports, because it's been taking some time when they come around here. But the good thing is that once the process begins, it doesn't take much time, except for a little verification here and there. So basically, that's where we are right now. The INEC National Chairman, who happens to be the presidential returning officer here, said that if after Nasarawa we don't have any more states, then he may be forced to adjourn this session till tomorrow, which will be making it much more longer than other previous presidential results tally, because the previous ones that I've covered here at the ICC, including that of the 2019 general election, by Tuesday the winner had already emerged, but it looks like we may go way up until Wednesday. That's the latest from here now.
Somna, before we let you go, former Nigerian leaders have been weighing in on the issue of the conduct of this election. Are you hearing anything? Is there any plan on the part of INEC to, fix some of the lapses that have been pointed out? What's likely to happen, especially with calls that this election should be halted for now, the results?
Well, the INEC National Chairman hasn't said anything to this effect. The president's letter, as at now, does not have any effects within this precinct. The INEC National Chairman continues to take results from the states as they come on. And then, of course, the political parties had earlier raised some observations, and of course, including some of the opposition parties like the PDP and Labour Party staging a walkout here. But we're surprised when we came back from one of the breaks, some of the other political parties that were said to have gone out with the PDP said they were not part of it. Actually, they were supposed to have been 5 political parties that went out with, Labour Party and the PDP. But later on, when the process began and they came back, some of them, including SDP, AA, and all of that, started saying that they were not part of that and that they should not be, identified with that process. So yes, former President Olusegun Obasanjo has written his letter. He has made a broadcast and all of that, but it doesn't seem to have been affecting this process here. All is now set for the collation from Nasarawa State, and of course other states are still being awaited at the moment. We all hope that at the end of the process, INEC will speak to the nation as to some of the observations, not only by former President Olusegun Obasanjo, including the international observers who have said that INEC had some logistics challenges. Of course, there were the issues of late delivery of some of these logistics, including some of the results, not being uploaded on time. And so this continues to be a concern not just for politicians alone, even some of the civil society organizations here. But of course, the process continues, and we await a final decision by the electoral body.
Yes, indeed. We are waiting.
I would like to thank you for your time, Somna Sambo. And of course, for our viewers watching across Nigeria and beyond, we'd like to thank you for being such nice company. Our broadcasts continue here as we go over to the Collation Center.
Right now. Thanks for staying with us.
The votes received by political parties are as follows. Party A, 494 votes. 494. Party AA, 554 votes. 554. Party AAC, 117 votes. 117. Party ADC, 973 votes. 973. Party ADP, 788 votes. 788. Party APC, 172,922 votes. 172,922. Party AFGA, 989. 989. Party APM, 356 votes. 356. Party APP, 187 votes. 187. Party BP, 340 votes. 340. Party LP, 191,715 votes. I'm sorry. Party LP, 191,361. 191,361. Party NNPP, 12,715 votes. 12715. Party NRM, 405 votes. 405. Party PDP, 147,093 votes. 147,093. Party PRP, 317 votes. 317. Party SDP, 8,046 votes. 8046. Party YPP 249 votes. 249. Party ZLP 2,660 votes. 2660. Total valid votes 540,566. 540,566. Rejected votes 16,371. 16371. Total vote cast 556,937. 556937.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Any incidents of places where elections could not hold or cancelled?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman, there are incidents where elections were cancelled in 12 polling units in 9 registration areas.
Total number of registered voters?
Total number of registered voters for those is 7,692.
So do you know how many collected their PVCs?
The 6,925.
6,000?
925 cancelled.
No, I'm talking about the figure you have quoted of 7,692.
Yes.
Out of that figure, how many have collected their PVCs? Do you have the information? It's easy to check based on polling unit by polling unit distribution of collection.
Yes, it's 6,925. 6,925.
Reasons for the cancellation?
The reasons for cancellations, basically overvoting in some polling units, and then there was violence in one of the registration areas. Those are the reasons, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments to leaders? Any observation? Okay, please submit your results. Let me look at. Thank you. These are the incidents and the reports. The incidents and reports. The 40G. Okay. Thank you. Right. Okay, Collation Secretariat, any more? Do you have any more? No more. Okay. Tomorrow, I'm sure many more will come. So on this note, I would like to thank the party agents, thank Jack from South Africa, thank the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, thank the security agencies, national commissioners of the Commission, other officials of the Commission, and the media. Good night. Tomorrow proceedings will begin at 11 o'clock. And hopefully, if all the states come in, we'll conclude tomorrow. Good night.
All right, you've been watching live proceedings from the 2023 General Elections Collation Center, where some presidential results from some states have been announced. And Amaka?
Absolutely. Well, Christian, it's been an interesting day, but what we have just witnessed just a few minutes ago is, of course, the ruling out of the results by the collation officer of Nasarawa State. Speaking of Professor Ishaya Tanko, and from the results rolled out right now, the Labour Party, speaking of the presidential election, actually has won Nasarawa State with 191,361. That's the Labour Party winning Nasarawa State. That's the presidential polls as ruled out by the collation officer of INEC, Professor Ishaya Tanko, with 191,361.
And the All Progressives Congress polled 172,922 votes in Nasarawa there. And PDP came, well, what you may call a little distant third there with 147,000 votes there and 93. And of course, NMPP with just 12,716 votes. So the INEC chairman has said that the collation will resume at 11 a.m. tomorrow. You're still watching News Night on the special broadcast.
Is it News Night, really?
Well, it's News Night, but it's the special broadcast of News Night with the general elections, presidential elections being announced 2023. I am Christian.
And I am Amaka Odewalker. We do know that during the course of the day, we did see some states being rolled out. We'll be looking at those results and also the controversies trailing those results and the ones that we haven't even received just yet.
Particularly with the letter of former President of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, very succinct and direct. And we have an analyst here, Professor Abiodun Adeni,
well, before we come to Prof,
Yeah.
Let's actually bring you up to speed in case you don't know about the letter. Christian was speaking about the controversy over the collation and uploading of results continued today. A former Nigerian president, Olusegun Obasanjo, has recommended that all elections that do not pass the credibility and transparency test should be cancelled. Obasanjo says elections where beavers and servers have been manipulated must be declared void.
That INEC officials at operational level have been allegedly compromised to make what should have worked not to work and to revert to manual transmission of results, which is manipulated and the results doctored. The chairman of INEC, they claim ignorance, but he cannot fold his hands and do nothing when he knows that election process has been corrupted and most of the results that are brought out that are brought outside rivers and servers are not true reflection of the will of Nigerians who have made their individual choice. At this stage, we do not need wittingly or wittingly to set this country on fire with the greed, irresponsibility, and unpatriotic act of those who allegedly gave money to INEC officials for perversion and those who collected the blood money. Let me appeal to the chairman of INEC, if his hands are clean, to save Nigeria from the looming danger and disaster which is just waiting to happen. If the chairman can postpone elections 4 days to the election 4 years ago, he can do everything to rectify the errors of the last 2 days.
Former Nigerian president there, Olusegun Obasanjo, raising very succinct concerns about the integrity of the results being released and speaking about money for perversion and blood money. Well, we'll come to that. And is that the Yobe result?
No.
Yes, and well, this is the correct result for Yobe State now. I think the APC polled 151,459 votes. APC 151,459 votes. And I think Labour Party there has 2,406 votes. And
the New Nigerian People's Party and its candidate, Rabi Okonkwo, so 18,270. And of course, the winner of Yobe State, as announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, is the People's Democratic Party and its candidates Atiku Abubakar, polling 198,567. That's 198,567 to be declared the winner of the presidential polls, looking at the results out of Yobe State.
Yeah, that's the correct position.
Absolutely. And the results, as we get them, will bring you up to speed. But of course, let's talk about the National Peace Committee, which says it has received reports of voter suppression manifested across the country through targeted violence, disruption of process, inducement of voters, intimidation, as well as deliberate frustration of the voters. A statement signed by the national chairman of the committee, General Abdusalami Abubakar, retired, says the committee is pleased that the Independent National Electoral Commission has accepted the lapses and promised to rectify it. The statement appeals to security agencies to collaborate with INEC in their investigation on the weighty allegations. The committee wants concerns about failure of INEC result viewing portals across the country thoroughly investigated. The Peace Committee is asking candidates and their party chairman to take full responsibility for the statement made by their spokesperson and agents while appealing to citizens to remain calm.
And the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Monday declared the candidate of the Labour Party winner of the presidential election conducted in Lagos. The election's returning officer, Professor Adenike Oladiji, declared that Obi scored a total of 582,454 votes to defeat Tinubu, who is the candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress. According to INEC, Tinubu scored a total of 572,606 votes. Tokumbo Yetuji has the details.
One after the other, returning officers from the 20 local government council areas of the state come in, label the reports of proceedings of the presidential election from their different domains.
LP 13270.
It is a process that lasts all night with intermittent breaks resulting from either late arrival of results from some of the councils or some query by party agents.
Yes, madam. What I have here is 29,222. 29,222. Okay, you see a case of a person signing a blank result sheet?
But by the early hours of Monday, all the results have come in, although it will take some more careful computation before the final figures are put out to the public. Then the moment the entire state and the nation have been waiting for, as the election's returning officer declares the figure the way they have been allocated to parties and their candidates by the electorate since Saturday.
Total number of accredited voters: 1,47,152. The distribution of the vote according to party is as follows: APC 572,606. 572,606. LP 582,454. 582,454. NNPP 8442. NNPP 8442. PDP 75750. 75750.
Mixed reactions as the exercise finally winds down.
Democracy at work. The people have spoken. We've heard their voices. We're going back to review our process. There's a popular saying, when a child falls, he looks forward. When an elder sleeps, he will look back to look at what got him sleep. It calls for a review of our process.
There's no doubt that this is a historic moment for us in Nigeria, especially in Lagos State. Everything you've seen is that Nigeria are desirous of a change, and an eminent change has come. We thank God for making it possible, irrespective of attacks, intimidation, suppression of votes and everything. Nigerians stood firm in what they believe in, and they use their PVC to effect these mandates.
Over 48 hours after the Presidential and National Assembly elections opened here in Lagos, the exercise has finally been brought to a close with the announcement of the result here at the Collation Center behind me in this building, with winners and losers emerging. But of course, all the parties involved know that it's not yet the end of the game. All attention will now shift to the National Collation Center in Abuja, where the announcement of who will be emerging as the next president of the Nigeria for the next 4 years will be made. Tokumbo Oyetunji, Arise News, Lagos.
Okay, Arise analyst, like we said, Professor Abiodun Adeni.
Finally joined us.
Absolutely. And Prof, let's start with the biggest story. Eating the polity right now is former President of Passenger's letter. And he's used very strong words, It's like a betrayal of trust from those in Nigeria, from the chairman and everybody in their situation room. Look at the kind of words the former president used. Money for perversion of justice, the people's will, and blood money. Those are terrible words.
Prof? Well, I think the moments are charged. The moment is very tense, and of course, you do not expect people who are disenchanted, who are probably not happy, not to ventilate, through bearing their minds. And of course, typically, Obasanjo will always talk. Apart from issuing statement, he made a broadcast reminiscence of his days when he was in power. But again, you will have expected that because of his level, a respected elder international statesman, there are some words you probably wouldn't want to hear him use, because respected as he is, there are some things that border on assumptions, that need to be proven, to be proved before conclusions can be drawn. Blood money, what money is blood?
Would the likes of former President Obasanjo just be assuming, with the myriad of intelligence at his disposal, with his experience as former head of state, two-time president of Nigeria, assumption?
Yeah, Christian, take it easy. Blood money, Obasanjo, despite all his status, his pedigree, he remains a human being. Okay, he's still vulnerable to anger, still vulnerable to partisanship once in a while, and this does not detract from his status, his achievement, as the case could be. But the point I was making is that assumptions remain assumptions. Some of these things will still have to be proved before we can be definitive, and that's the point I'm making. But it doesn't take away the concern that he's letting out. Those concerns are legitimate. We have had party agents also made those express themselves today, by leaving the Collation Center. These are legitimate processes as long as it doesn't degenerate into violence. But the point we also have to make is that, look at all the major contestants, for instance. Peter Obi, Peter Obi has contributed a lot into the development of this country, particularly through the judiciary. He's recorded to have broadened, expanded our jurisprudence by being the first person that went to court, and created the beginning, created the ground for the beginning of off-season election. Because several times he went to court in Anambra, and that's why we have Peter Obi that we have today as a two-time governor, a reputable politician, and an outstanding, a person who has contributed into the deepening of our democracy, the evolution of our democracy. The courts are still there for him to resort to, as the case could be. If at the end of the day we think that he should win and he didn't win, or is not declared as a winner, then if you look at PDP too, Atiku is reputed to be a fighter. Several times he fought President Obasanjo as vice president. Obasanjo will probably have eased him out as vice president, but of course he was reminded through the instrumentality of the Supreme Court that, look, you came here on a joint ticket, and of course he remains with you until the end of after 4 years.
Not over.
So the point I'm making is this. Atiku, as a flag bearer of PDP, can also has a channel to pursue his cause. But the important point we should take in the immediate circumstances is the fact that, Obasanjo also alluded to it, that either can back on a remedy in the meantime. Let's identify areas where we think that election has been rigged, because the votes cast, weren't uploaded onto the INEC server.
Well, Prof, you're taking me directly to the next question I was going to ask you, because Obasanjo, as we know, he's one, they like to call him the man of letters. But this time around, he's speaking, so Nigerians know it's not just about putting pen to paper. But he's made some serious demands right now. One of them you've actually alluded to. He says, you know what, the process has been corrupted. Yeah. So he's calling that results should be cancelled, and even the polls should be cancelled in certain areas where the server did not get those results on time. And he's also called for a committee to be set up, having, the 4 top leading political parties and their candidates, and even maybe the NBA president should be a part of it, and some elder statesmen to really sit down and find a way forward. So my question to you right now, in the middle of what we're going through as a nation, how realistic is this demand of the former president?
Well, they are very concerning, and that's probably a way to go. And I think INEC chairman also alluded to it, that if concerned parties or agitating parties have identified areas where there are discrepancies between the original result and the one that were brought to Abuja, they should bring those results to the attention of INEC, and they will deal with it at the end of the exercise. But I think the point of disagreement is that it should be dealt with now, not at the end. That's what that seems to be the bone of contention. But overall, I want to believe that the leaders, the INEC leaders, will sit over these things and provide the best options, because the issues that have been raised are very concerning, they are very disturbing, they impinge on the integrity of the process. And of course, if an election is supposed to be free, fair, credible, and transparent, it's a problem for us, realizing that we have worked at it for the last 23, 24 years to improve the credibility, enhance the credibility of our election. And if we're having this kind of experience that we're having, it's taking us years back to where we ordinarily would not want to be. But I think it's not all damning yet. There are still points of resolution. And that's the most important thing. Instead of
points of revolution, where?
Points of resolution.
Where? You know, where can we find it now in the middle of what he's demanding, as well as he's re-echoing what a lot of these political parties have been saying all day? So where is that point of resolution that you're alluding to?
The chairman said he's going to address us tomorrow on IRF. Okay, and we don't know what is to be back yet. He's probably going to be speaking to all that. And maybe, we don't know, he might decide to suspend it from then on or conclude the election, as the case could be. Whatever he says, I think we cannot take issues further.
All right, Professor Abiodun Adeni, Arise analyst and Deputy Dean, Faculty of Arts, Base University. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Christian.
It's time for a short break. We'll be back with plenty more to look into. Stay with us.
Trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loan, overdraft, step by step to my dream business with vote. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business with Vault.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today. 34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
My name is Abdurrashid Bawa, the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I want to use this medium to urge all Nigerians to eschew all manner of electoral fraud, either through vote buying, vote selling, or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us all be committed to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms @official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. Protect it.
Welcome back, and of course, you're still watching this special coverage of the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. Of course, with me, I'm Macaudi Walker.
And I am Christian Ogono.
International election observers in Nigeria say lack of efficient planning, training, and of electoral officers and technical teachers have decimated the trust of the Nigerian people in the entire process. Our correspondent, Georgina Ndukwe-Zayeke, has more in this report.
As collation and submission of results of Saturday's election from different states in Nigeria are being announced, international observers in Nigeria are also presenting preliminary findings on the conduct of the elections. For the European Union Election Observation Mission to Nigeria, the delay in uploading results to the INEC results viewing portal raises concern.
Abuse of incumbency by various political office holders distorted the playing field, and there were allegations widespread of vote buying.
The atmosphere on election day was relatively peaceful, but at the same time tense, largely due to organizational challenges, which among others caused significant delay in many of the polling units, which we visited.
Another area of concern is the political inclusion of women, youths, and people living with disabilities. They say women account for only 10% of the candidates, and that goes against international treaties signed by Nigeria.
Party primaries were affected by a lack of transparency and inclusiveness, with notable very low participation of women and youth. The lack of legal measures for inclusion and barriers is of concern.
On the basis of our observation, promises of facilitating the voting of people with disabilities were not fulfilled.
Serious concerns were also raised by the observation mission of the International Republican Institute and the National Democratic Institute. Leader of the delegation and former president of Malawi says a lot still needs to be done as regards women participation in Nigeria's political space.
It is disappointing that women's political participation continues to decrease when Nigerian women are shining in all other social and economic sectors, both at home and globally. This concerns me.
The delegation also called for an audit of the voters' register to remove underage voters.
We urge INEC to take comprehensive measures to reduce the burden on voters to register and collect their PVC, including extension of timelines, increasing the number of distribution centers, employing mobile units for that distribution.
In order to increase transparency and to build confidence in the results, the delegation recommends INEC to ensure result images are updated to its result viewing portal immediately as they are received.
Besides the challenges faced during the electoral process, pockets of violence and voter suppression shows that political leaders have failed to abide by the peace accord signed before the elections.
There was intimidation going on and that it was intended to suppress voter turnout, and that's a very serious issue, and it falls well short of the standards that Nigeria sets itself. But there should be very clear pathways to prosecution for those who carried this out.
Political actors should fully adhere to their peace accord commitments, including seeking redress of electoral complaints that may arise through proper legal channels and abide by the outcomes of judicial proceedings.
The international observers say they will continue to watch the process, including the announcement of results and the swearing in of newly elected officials. Georgina Ndukwe-Zayeke, Arise News.
And more concerns emanating from Nigeria's presidential and National Assembly elections last Saturday. The African Union, the Economic Community of West African States, and the Commonwealth Election Observation Mission in Nigeria have also raised concerns over electoral violence and the refusal of INEC to post results on their portal. Arise correspondent Narima Benjamin reports.
Here at the ECOWAS Commission in Abuja, the Electoral Observation Mission from the African Union, the ECOWAS, and the Commonwealth. The EU observers highlighted challenges recorded during the elections, especially violence, which led to the killings of some persons across the states.
The election took place amidst
general insecurity in the northwest, the northeast, the southeast, and south-south geopolitical zones. The mission noted that the security issues presented a challenge to the conduct of the elections, as noted with the attack on INEC offices, personnel, and materials before the election.
However, the ECOWAS mission emphasizes the need for Nigeria's electoral umpire to consider a more user-friendly way to help voters identify their polling units, ensure training of electoral officials on the use of the technology to help speed up the process.
The visible presence of security agents discharging their duties in accordance with the provisions of the law in some polling units. However, they were inadequate. The professional conduct of polling officials, as well as some ad hoc staff who demonstrated inadequate knowledge of their duties, especially with the voting material.
For the Commonwealth, the Naira redesign has also contributed to the delay of the process. The observers suggested that the Naira redesign should have been done earlier than now.
While the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, functions satisfactorily in most polling units, our observers reported that the BVAS was faster on facial recognition than on detecting fingerprints of the voters during the accreditation process.
With these observations and recommendations made by the independent observation missions, Nigerians will be expecting that the outcome of the results will reflect the will of the people. Bunarman Benjamin, Arise News.
And the People's Democratic Party Presidential Campaign Council is raising an alarm that the All Progressives Congress is trying to manipulate the election results of Ebonyi and Imo states to enable it to meet the constitutional required spread, while the party is alleging that having been defeated in both states by Peter Obi of the Labour Party, the APC is now trying to show up its vote in the two states by manipulating figures. Flanked by one of the spokespersons of the council, Frank Schwaibu, the Director of Strategic Communications, Dele Momodu, who made the claim, says the candidate of the APC, Bola Tinubu, can only satisfy the constitutionally required spread if his party succeeds in manipulating the two southeastern state results. He is alleging that the ruling party is hoping to use governors of the state who are both APC members. The People's Democratic Party is still confident of winning the presidential polls.
We remain the only political party which has secured the necessary 25% spread across more than 24 states in the country. No other political party has been able to cross this essential constitutional requirement. As a matter of fact, we have it on credible grounds that our main opponent in this election, the All Progressives Congress Party, is currently mounting pressure in attempts to have their way in securing 25% in Imo State and Ebonyi State in particular. It is on the merits of this intelligence that we are calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to apply all necessary precautions before announcing procured results in the presidential election from these two states in particular.
We are aware of the desperation of the APC and their goons, but we are confident that INEC will do the right thing and will fix whatever glitches may have occurred on their system. You understand? And upload the right results. And that's why we've called on them. Our candidate called on them yesterday to make sure that all results are uploaded from the various centers because of the fear and desperation of the APC governors to deliver to their candidates who they know very clearly cannot meet the constitutional requirement of getting 25% in 24 states.
Frank Shaibu there, Special Assistant to Atiku Abubakar on Public Affairs. Well, let's bring in a Public Affairs Analyst, Dr. Law Mefo, who joins us now in the studio to really take a look at all of the developments as we've seen them today. Dr. Mefo, thank you so much for being here. Well, before we come to the claims by the PDP, let's talk about the international observers. They've used very strong words, on our elections, despite the fact that they gave credit to INEC for where they did well. There are a lot of knocks going in the way of INEC as well. Especially, I want to look at the words used by Thabo Mbeki, who is the Commonwealth Observer Group Chair. He says, this elections has decimated the trust of the people of Nigeria. Talk to us about how weighty this statement is and its implications, especially looking at new developments we're seeing,
around the
results as they come in.
Very disappointing for me. There can be a lower moment for Nigeria than now. Self-inflicted injury. And I believe INEC brought this upon itself, avoidably so. For 4 whole years, INEC has been on the planning of this very essential and crucial moment, only to renege at the very last moment. The president offered free playing ground so that all would be able to do all they can to win if they can. And that is all the president can do. The institutions and the law enforcement agencies will have to play their roles and other stakeholders. INEC is an umpire. INEC has descended into the arena. It's become a partisan party to this whole process. Now, 2 things. If you go through the extant Electoral Act, the one that is subsisting at the moment, check section 60, section 64, 68, very clear.
And how the results are transmitted.
Yes, it gives INEC the opportunity to put in place how elections results will be transmitted. Now, you see, he also further gives INEC the power to make its own as a regulator. What I mean is that we are looking at both the Electoral Act and the rules made by INEC itself. INEC reneged on both. INEC has the opportunity to get things right. And over the months, INEC told Nigeria, told the political parties, all the stakeholders, that results will be transmitted live, so as to achieve what you call real time. And somewhere along the line, at the nick of time, when you must have
at the 11th hour.
At the 11th hour, INEC, what I mean is that turned 360 degrees and abandoned the process.
Can we really say they have abandoned the process?
They have. Listen, you see, the damage done to this process is so irredeemable.
But the INEC chairman just this evening, during one of the presses, he did say that the engineers are working to fix the glitch
don't care about
to ensure that they upload the results. And he says he's going to address the issue tomorrow.
My point is that even if they upload the results at this moment, it will no longer remedy the damage they have done. You know why? You see, the idea is you upload the results real time so that people will follow the process. That will ensure accountability. This is what INEC has removed from the process.
Okay.
How do you remedy that now?
All right, Law, let's look at another worrisome issue to the European